Dikinene alleges assassination attempt on his life over stool tussle. Port Harcourt-based public affairs analyst Smith Nkocha blames underdevelopment in present administration of Governor Siminalayi Fubara to political godfatherism. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar calls for unity within ADC ahead of 2027 general election. On the foreign scene, President of European Central Bank Christine Lagarde stresses need for central banks across to maintain their independence amid growing political and economic pressures. Now the detail. The traditional ruler of Rumokbarali clan in Obiakpo local government area of River State, His Royal Highness Eze Onyema Dikinene, has alleged an assassination attempt on his life and members of his family by a man simply identified as Nene. The monarch, while speaking to Today FM's correspondent, accused Nene of allegedly masterminding the attack in a bid to remove him from the throne of the Rumokbarali community. According to him, armed men allegedly stormed his residence late last night and attempted to break into the compound.
Assassination attempt on yesterday to this morning on my life and my family by one Mr. Nene. Yesterday being the 27th of May 2026 down to this morning, 28th of May. The reason was I made a complaint to the Commissioner of Police, to the State CID, and they came to arrest him yesterday and they gave him invitation to come on Monday, which somebody took him on shorty. But to my greatest surprise, I since have been looking for a way. By 11 o'clock at night, he would have got me killed. For the Monday, he promised the police to come. So I'm just calling on the relevant authorities to take note of this unscrupulous attitude.
Meanwhile, an eyewitness who spoke on condition of anonymity confirmed that there was tension in the community following the incident. The witness alleged that armed men invaded the area from the late hours of yesterday into the early hours of today, creating panic among residents.
There was an assassination attempt on the life of the Royal Highness of the community. And from yesterday, late hours of yesterday to early hours of this morning, some group of armed men were trying to break into his compound to assassinate him. And the place was actually on unrest yesterday. All the persons living in that vicinity, everybody couldn't sleep last night. So I'm calling on the attention of the Commissioner of Police to please do something about it so that the place will be safe for each and every one of us. And what curtailed the situation yesterday that they couldn't carry out their plan was a police response team that contacted the Ozoba division to come and curtail the situation. So
mixed reactions have continued to trail the political situation in River State as concerns grow over alleged godfatherism and its impact on governance and development in the state. Speaking in an interview with Today FM's Odinakachi Celestin, a Port Harcourt-based public affairs analyst and advocate, Smith Nkocha expressed disappointment over the style of politics currently playing out in River State compared to the developments in other states. Nkocha said he is concerned that a former governor of the state who once publicly condemned godfatherism is now allegedly promoting the same political culture he once stood against, noting that Rivers people had hoped for improved development under the present administration, but that the lingering political crisis between the former governor and the incumbent governor has continued to slow progress in the state. According to him, the political tension has created setbacks in governance, stalled major developmental efforts, and left the state politically unstable.
I think I would say I'm really bitter and very disappointed, right? We used to have a governor in this state that preached against godfatherism. There are a lot of clips that shows that he was very confident that there shouldn't be any godfatherism. In fact, he stood against, and being that kind of person and standing in that mind, right? Why are you now promoting and becoming even the godfather, the pioneer godfather of River State? Does not even have so much of that godfatherism in River State. Will be just a bit of development, maybe not so much. And we felt that in this regime, we are going to now see that kind of development that we've been looking at for. Unfortunately, we're not seeing that drama of godfatherism.
Nkocha further pointed to states like Abia, which he said suffered years of political control and godfatherism, but are now witnessing rapid development after breaking away from such influence. He stressed that for River State to experience sustainable growth and meaningful progress, that both political leaders and Rivers people must work together to reject godfatherism and embrace issue-based leadership.
So the political godfatherism, the one that is championing it, I don't need to mention them, but the former governor of River State need to own it, that I don't need to push this further. But I don't see that even happening. So I think that people should begin to come out, and even if we know that vote don't count in Nigeria, but they need to come out en masse and vote out godfatherism in River State. And they need to also, talk about this. People need to come out en masse, like market women, students, students, everybody in Rivers need to come out and say, we don't want this godfatherism. I stand by it. Money can do a lot of nonsense. I think that is why this thing also keep continuing.
A Port Harcourt-based researcher, leadership expert, and chief executive director of the Institute for Research, Leadership and Capacity Development, Professor George Ahunanya, says that the possibility of River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara sponsoring another candidate against the APC and PDP ahead of the 2027 governorship election cannot be completely ruled out. Professor Ahunanya, in an interview with Today FM Olawale Sanusi, in reaction to the emergence of Blessing Fubara as governorship aspirant on the platform of the Nigeria Democratic Congress (NDC), according to him, politics remains a game of interest and unpredictable calculations, especially in River State, where political alignments can change suddenly. Professor Ahunanya said although the governor is known to be quiet and reserved, it would be wrong to assume he has no alternative political strategy.
Silent ones are dangerous. He may have a plan B, because if he finds, the team that is fighting him, the force that is dealing with him, if he finds them directly, wow, I don't think he may remain Fubara any longer politically wise, because the force that have been fighting him seem to be greater and more dangerous than him. Hence, he resolved and resorted to keep him quiet and then reserving his plan B within himself.
Professor Ahunanya further stated that Governor Fubara still enjoys significant support among Rivers people and could decide to leverage that popularity politically. He added that it remains possible for the governor to quietly support another candidate outside the APC and the PDP platforms, possibly through the NDC or any other political party ahead of the 2027 election.
I decided to use the vote and the platform of another party, NDC, or any other party, to fight him. I had one of our elder statesmen the other day, Salime, saying that, well, his godfather can go on and do whatsoever he likes. That the River man is not weak, and the entire Rivers people, they have their vote, their voters card, to respond to all that he is doing now. That they not do this physically, but can do it, with their vote.
As President Bola Tinubu marks the anniversary of his inauguration as Nigeria's 16th president on May 29th, mixed reactions have continued to trail the performance of his administration across key sectors. Some residents in Port Harcourt, who spoke in separate interviews with Today FM's Odinakachi Celestin, assessed the president's performance in the health sector, human capital development, employment, and the general welfare of Nigerians. The residents expressed dissatisfaction with the current state of the nation's health sector, describing public healthcare services as inadequate and poorly equipped. They cited reports of inadequate snakebite treatment in Abuja and the death of a medical doctor in Bayelsa State allegedly linked to lack of oxygen in a hospital, stressing the need for urgent reforms across primary healthcare centers and public hospitals nationwide. The residents also called for free healthcare and health insurance for citizens, especially low-income earners. According to them, the high cost of drugs, frequent strikes by medical personnel, and shortage of healthcare workers have made access to quality healthcare difficult for many Nigerians.
Conclusion: when you spread it entirely across the entire, health system, I think he has not done so much. Our health system is failing. It was in Abuja we learned that snake, even they don't even have treatment for snake bite. And imagine that, right? Let alone that. So people go to hospital and then our public hospital is not even trustworthy anymore because of lack of equipment, lack of facilities. Like you keep hearing lack of this, lack of that.
Everyone's supposed to have free health insurance and then free health care, be able to walk into the health centers and have some good treatment. But it turns out that some people have not been able to go to even to the government hospital because of the high rate of cost of drugs.
On human capital development, employment, and the general state of the economy, some residents called the president's administration low, citing rising hardship across the country, and that expectations from the government had not been met. They pointed to increasing food prices, unstable electricity supply, unemployment, and worsening political and economic conditions. The residents also advised the president not to seek re-election in 2027, insisting that many Nigerians are struggling to survive under the present economic realities.
So sorry that I'm going to rate him maybe 1/10. I need to be sincere. This is from my mind. We expected a lot from this regime. We thought that this is going to be a change, proper change. Having experienced a lot of hardship. Job employment is zero. Human capital development is zero. Infrastructure development is zero. Politically, it's even getting worse. Like we are going towards a one-party system because of the kind of presidency we have. So
things are actually going on well for some Nigerians, and for some Nigerians, it's not actually moving well. You understand? But for me, it's okay. At least I can take care of my family. I can take care of my business. For me, it's okay. What I want to say is, since he entered, things have been very difficult for the public. For now, I cannot even be able to buy a bag of cement. I can't even take care of my children or pay house rent, not to talk of building house.
The Nigeria Labour Congress has criticized the reported deterioration in security and economic conditions among the masses across the country. In a solemn message signed by the President, Joe Ajaero, the Labour Union said Nigerian workers and the poor were bleeding under the weight of neoliberal policies. According to him, millions of citizens were enduring severe hardship under policies that have deepened poverty, calling on political leaders to reflect on the consequences of their economic decisions. The NLC called for more government measures to address the spate of insecurity in Nigeria. The Labour body also urged Nigerians to use the Eid period not only for religious celebrations and prayer, but for political education, grassroots organizing, and the building of a united front of the oppressed. Ajaero noted that governments, rather than pursuing policies that favor profits over people, should focus on protecting lives and providing citizens with necessities such as food, shelter, healthcare, education, and decent jobs. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has called for unity within the African Democratic Congress ADC following his emergence as the party's presidential candidate for the 2027 general election. Atiku made the appeal in a statement posted on X after defeating former Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amici and businessman Mohammed Hayatuddin in the party's primary election. The ADC chieftain urged the aspirants and party members to put aside differences and work together ahead of the 2027 elections. The former PDP presidential candidate praised the ADC for conducting what he described as a transparent democratic process, while accusing the ruling All Progressives Congress APC of undermining democracy and opposition politics in the country. Accepting the outcome of the election, he thanked party members for the opportunity to lead the ADC into the next election cycle, describing the victory as a singular honor. The former vice president also alleged that opposition parties and politicians were being targeted by the current administration through state institutions, including the judiciary and anti-corruption agencies. He also alleged that opposition figures were being harassed and intimidated, citing the case of former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai. The ex-vice president warned against what he described as attempts by the government and the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to interfere in the affairs of the ADC. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news and foreign stories. Do stay with us.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today, every day, every hour. When the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us. Now the rest of our stories. The Nigeria Democratic Congress NDC says the party has put measures in place to prevent aspirants from riding on Peter Obi's and Rabiu Kwankwaso's popularity to power. According to the spokesman of the NDC, OSA director, said unlike what happened in 2023, the opposition party will be thorough in the screening of aspirants. Obi was the presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 elections, while Kwankwaso was the New Nigeria People's Party NNPP flag bearer in that exercise. In the build-up to that election, several aspirants, some relatively unknown, joined the Labour Party and NNPP, and even one months after, many of them dumped these parties for the ruling All Progressives Congress APC. But the NDC spokesman said his party has learned from that. The Director General of the National Youth Service Corps, Brigadier General Olakunle Nafiu, has said corps members are not exempt from Nigeria's cyberbullying and social media laws during their mandatory national service year. Nafiu said this while responding to question with newsmen in Abuja, emphasizing that corps members remained subject to constitutional provisions and laws regulating online conduct. According to him, corps members remain citizens of Nigeria and are fully subject to provisions of the Constitution and other extant laws regulating online conduct, cyber activities, and public behavior nationwide. Nafiu explained that allegations of cyberbullying against corps members would be investigated and handled by relevant law enforcement agencies in accordance with the law, regardless of their status as serving corps members. He added that the NYC was not mandated to provide legal representation for corps members involved in criminal or civil matters arising from social media activities and other online engagements. According to him, the Legal Aid Council can provide pro bono legal services for corps members when necessary, particularly in situations requiring legal support during investigations on proceedings before competent courts. Nafiu said the scheme had intensified sensitization campaigns to educate corps members on responsible use of social media and digital communication platforms amid growing concerns over cyberbullying and online misconduct. He, however, noted that NYC had adjusted his communication strategies to reflect changing realities among younger Nigerians participating in the National Service Program across different states and communities nationwide. Nafiu said the scheme was not opposed to content creation by corps members, but encouraged responsible and lawful online engagement, particularly among younger Nigerians participating in the mandatory National Service Program. On the foreign scene, the president of the European Central Bank, Christine Lagarde, has stressed the need for central banks across the world to maintain their independence amid growing political and economic pressures. Speaking at a conference in Phnom Penh, Cambodia, Lagarde said the challenge facing monetary institutions was no longer just how to guarantee independence, but how to protect it when tested. Lagarde noted that central banks in emerging markets and developing economies had long operated under more difficult conditions and said developed economies could learn from their experiences. Her comments come amid rising concerns over political interference in monetary policy, particularly in the United States, where President Donald Trump has repeatedly criticized the Federal Reserve System over interest rate decisions. Lagarde also referenced lessons from the 1970s oil shock and stagflation era, arguing that evidence had shown countries with less independent central banks often experience higher inflation. According to her, central banks must remain close enough to governments to serve the public interest while retaining enough autonomy to resist political pressure. Lagarde further warned that increasing economic shocks and declining public trust in institutions could weaken the authority and credibility of central banks globally. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. The paramount ruler of Rumokborali clan in Obiakbo local government area, River State, His Royal Highness Eze Onyema Dikenene, has alleged an assassination attempt on his life over stool tussle. A Port Harcourt-based public affairs analyst, Smith Nwokocha, has blamed the level of underdevelopment in the present administration of Governor Siminala Yufubara to political godfatherism. The former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has called for unity within ADC ahead of the 2027 general election. On the foreign scene, President of European Central Bank Christine Lagarde has stressed the need for central banks across the world to maintain their independence amid growing political and economic pressures. That was the news as edited by Uchendu Ijo. For comment and inquiries, please call 0818 389-2850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live today, 95.1 FM. My name is Queen Chima. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Football fans, the biggest football night of the season is here. This 30th May 2026. Get ready for the ultimate UEFA Champions League final experience with the unbeatable Today FM Sports crew and you, the real fans, live at Amora Resort. It's going to be action like never before. It's going to be Budapest away from Budapest. Massive screens, an electric atmosphere, fun games, fan battles, music, loads of giveaways, amazing freebies, and unforgettable moments with fellow football lovers. And guess what? Come rock in your favorite football club jerseys and represent your team with pride. Businesses and brands, this is your chance to connect with passionate football fans from across the city. Sponsorship opportunities are now open. Call 0812-596-9594. Again, 0812-596-9594. UEFA Champions League Final Watch Party with Today FM Sports Crew, only at Amora Resort. Located at East West Road by First Mechanic Junction, Alakahia, Port Harcourt, River State. Budapest, away from Budapest.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
All right. How do we begin this now? 6:36, May 28, 2026, Thursday, and it's that time where I think it's an unwinding time, although unwinding can be different for different people. So unwinding could be you just letting out that thing that's been bothering you since morning. You know how you're thinking, why would this happen? Why would the federal government do this? Oh, the 29th of May is in 2 days, right? Is it in 2 days? Tomorrow already. And just like the report I read on the bulletin, people were saying they are not satisfied with what's happening in the country and the state of things in the country, calling out areas that is of deep concern to them. I mean, that could also be something that is worrisome to you. Or then you just are thinking of something different from the government or politics. I don't know if that would be the case for you, because there's a lot happening. Being a Nigerian now is one that must talk. I mean, if you're Nigerian, truly Nigerian somehow, there's just a lot of things to talk about, especially as regards the state of the nation. Right? And yes, that you would go over and over, going through everything that's happening in the country. Well, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar visited former Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amici at his Abuja residence following the presidential primary of the African Democratic Congress. Remember that Atiku had said, Amici had said he wasn't the word was not convinced, but if I'm to quote, not quoting him, if I'm using another word, he said he was not comfortable with the outcome of the primary. That's the ADC presidential primary. He said that he was not comfortable with it and said he was mad with some irregularities and was not quite transparent. We also had Hanatu Dean say the same thing. Well, people have been reacting to this. There's a picture of the both of them that's circulating social media. That's Atiku and Amici. Atiku paid Amici, the former River State governor, visit. Meanwhile, Atiku said quite a lot on that visit. It's been put out. He talked about how they were going to work together as members of the African Democratic Congress, the ADC, and he did highlight that it was important for them to work together to get to what they want to achieve as a party. He stressed that the outcome of the primary should not divide the party. So it was. Some people thought it was a heavy contested presidential primary, especially between the former Rivers State governor and, of course, the former vice president Atiku Abubakar, with a lot of people giving their speculations as to who will flag the party's flag bearer. All right, more pictures. I see them shaking hands and laughing. Quite a good capture by that cameraman, and also some other members of the ADC. With Atiku and the former transportation minister in that picture. Well, it's almost like, well, that's what it should be, work together as a party. Although we have seen cases in the country for the past 3 years or counting, where some party members have really been anti-party. Playing a lot of anti-party activities. It was in this administration, from 2023, late 2023, 2024, we started seeing people being in one party and being in the other party, or saying, I am in this party. It's always happened, right? But it became a little for River State especially. I'm a member of the PDP, but I'm working for the APC, or there is a coalition for, it's a number of thoughts. And then we've seen a lot of issues with political parties, especially the PDP. So, and Atiku Abubakar saying it's important that we work together towards the purpose of whatever we intend to achieve as a party may not be out of place. A lot of people may think that. But I saw that and I was just thinking, and thought to ask you also what is on your mind. Now, this is not a lead to what I want you to say. I'm just saying what's on my own mind. So I would want to know what is on yours. So you tell me, it may be just anything. You could tell me what is on your mind. Let's relax together. I just don't have a drink here, and because if you were here, I'd give you a drink or water and we'll just gist, right? But then wherever you are, I'm sure that you feel that gist energy and that's unpacking and winding energy. 0810-951-0951. Call me and tell me what's on your mind. That is 0810-951-0951. You can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Welcome.
Hello.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
I can hear
This
you.
This is Frank calling from Boloromebo.
Welcome, Frank.
Yes, I want to contribute in the respect of Michibika and Atiku Abubakar.
You want to contribute? Is that what's on your mind?
Yes, that's the thing that is in my mind is what I want to say.
All right, please go on.
Fine. What is in my mind that I want to say is that let Chibigari Timiamechi let him bring it his mind to work with Atiku Abubakar.
Okay.
Because right from day one, I know that Rotimi cannot defeat Atiku Abubakar.
Okay.
Because Atiku Abubakar have become vice president twice. And also a member of this APC that is killing us today, both him and Rotimi Chibika. Atiku contested with our former president, and he failed. He ran down to PDP and also from PDP to this ADC now. Atiku have thousands of followers. When I mean thousands of followers, I mean thousands of followers in each of the 36 states, including Abuja, the capital.
All right.
Then our brother, Rotimi Chibika Amechi, is a former governor of Rivers State. From a House of Assembly
Can
members.
you wrap up your thoughts, please?
Okay, fine. My point is that let him work with him because the way the primary went is the right thing.
All right. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Good evening.
Yes, good evening. Welcome.
Queen Chima.
Oh, Dr. Chris. Good evening.
Yes, well, I'm beginning to have less of your time these days.
Oh.
You're not on air as you used to. Anyway.
Okay.
It's good to take some rest anyway.
Yeah.
Well, as if you knew what has been in my mind, your opening statement. Our beloved governor, Rotimi Amechi, former governor, is one of the governors I admire so much in Rivers State. In fact, Queen, if you ask me to say, that's the best governor Rivers State I've heard.
Okay.
Till date. Yeah. Looking for who will beat his records. He's a very detribalized young man who is good for national level. However, I don't want to count his sins. He was the one who championed, one of the people that championed Buhari coming, that put us in this quagmire we are today. But he wants to come and redeem what he has done. Well, it's okay. He should know he's not a mate to Atiku Abubakar. He wasted money. That money he used in running for primary, he was going to use it to do the first health center in Ubima. They will not forget him until he dies. However, be it as it may, he should melembe, according to Mazi, and team up with Atiku and let them run their race. But Queen, according to what's in my mind, sincerely, Queen, if you ask me, I would say let this very government finish their 4 years, and all of them step aside. Let neutral body come and conduct fresh election for all.
All right.
With this crop of politicians, Queen, we can never get it right. You see these politicians who are in power now, ego hard.
All right,
Thank you, Queen, and God bless you.
All right, God bless you. Call me, tell me what's on your mind. I like this. Henry says people's sanity are hanging on the line. If PSG slips up and Arsenal wins this thing, which they will, crazy things will happen. Mental health is real. I mean, someone's already telling me, one of my colleagues, you know him, I just don't want to mention his name because I don't know if he's told you guys what team he's supporting. He's told me that I should pray so that his team wins. All right. So if you are supporting Arsenal, I just hope it would be, it would happen for you, for Arsenal fans, especially since you've never touched that trophy. About 22 years after you got the one you got 2 weeks ago, so that's a win. So if this one happens, so Saturday is a double win. If Paris Saint-Germain takes it home, please don't cry if you're an Arsenal fan. But maybe I'll be here to comfort you, tell you sorry. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, what is on my mind is the visit by Atiku to Rotimi Amici.
Okay.
All those who are setting a selling dream for ADC, thinking they are going to meet a mountainous rock, they will be disappointed. No matter what has happened over the primaries, party is supreme. If Amici should not portray himself as somebody that is too desperate like other politician, presidential aspirant. If he dare say he wants to challenge the outcome in court, people will see that he's too desperate to become a Nigerian president. And in terms of political structure, in terms of financial war chest and relationship, he cannot match with Atiku. And I think that contributed to the bringing of emergence of Buhari and APC in 2015. It should not be part of Atiku, either a presidential running mate or a chief campaign officer for Atiku presidential ambition. I mean, so we did not agree to vote their own. The South will vote their own. The South will vote their own. The Scotland will vote their own. The South will vote their own. So let's see the vote that will make that will produce the Nigerian presidency in 2015, which always come from the North. So we are good to go. The coast is spread. Tinubu is a gunner. As Atiku say, we need to take Atiku to Lagos Lagoon. Thank you very much.
Welcome. What's on your mind?
Good evening.
Yes, good evening. Hope you're having a great day.
Good evening. I'm calling from Alo. My name is John.
Welcome, John, from Alo.
Thank you, sister. What is my mind is that the situation of things in River State.
Okay.
River State cannot witness any meaningful development as long as River State is on higher purchase in one man's hand. So we should not witness any meaningful development because governors under higher purchase, House of Rep higher purchase, local government higher purchase, River State senators higher purchase. So we are not going to witness any meaningful development until the person using River State at higher purchase is out of the way. That is what in my mind.
All right. Thank you for sharing what's on your mind. Let's listen to this person.
Good evening, Queen Chima, Cambillion, from Geneva. For me, oh God, your president said that what is his name? President, you should pray for these terrorists. You should pray for terrorists. After the whole money budgeted military, say this is soldier air force. If to go to this in Kenya, if it's all about going to Kenya to go and kidnap them, they will do it sharp. We will not pray for that. Queen, if you make a video now and criticize Tinubu now, it will not reach 24 hours. The DSS will come and pick you out. What is he saying? Now, Yoruba people are crying insecurity. Now, everybody's crying. When P2B told them that badly government did not know tribe or religion, they have seen it now. Yes, they have seen it now. For me, Tinubu have failed woefully, 0.5, 0 over 10. He failed woefully. I never knew Buhari would be better than him. We are going to vote him out. Yes, as he refused to resign. We are going to vote him out. He failed woefully. Tinubu, begin to prepare your handover note, Cambillion.
All right, Cambillions, what's on your mind? You can call 0810-9510-951. Okay. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Good evening.
Yeah.
My name is Sefion. I'm calling from Chogochu.
Welcome, Effiong. Welcome.
Okay. I want to talk about this, our president telling us to pray. I'm not happy with our president. We don't supposed to have this kind of person as a president because Nigeria is not a small country. It's not like a one family. Nigeria is a big country. It's not even a small family like that. It's a big country. We don't supposed to have a shameless person like this, our president, because if you want to talk, you will bring shame into the whole country. Wherever you travel, go to another country like this, you will receive so many shame because of the way our leader talk, the way our leader is handling things. How can you say that you should pray for bandit, where he knows he has everything, he has every power to remove those people? Even ordinary Burikan, this Burikan soldier can pull those people out of this country. But he just wants people to die because he doesn't care about we as a Nigerian. Doesn't care about us. What is care is for him to pack money. Make God just help him. Let 2027 come, because people are preparing for him to remove him from that place. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
All right. Welcome. What's on your mind? Yeah, good evening. I think you need to speak up loudly.
Yes, I'm John Africa from Otogo.
John Africa, why is your voice faint? Can you speak up?
Oh, my sister, this country fed people's mind and voice. Every day we wake up, we hear one story or the other.
Jonathan, can you speak to your mouthpiece? It's difficult getting your thoughts.
Oh, sorry, I'll call you back.
All right. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Hello, good.
Yeah, good evening. Yes, good evening.
Yes, I'm George calling from Oregon.
George, welcome.
Yeah, what Tinubu said is true, because we have to pray for the bandits so that they will repent and stop killing.
Okay.
And anybody who is saying in his mind that Tinubu will not go the second term, that person will walk transformer. Nothing will stop Tinubu from not going to second term. We will vote him. All of us in mass will vote him.
Okay.
And the coming to Amechi own, I think Amechi deserve what they did to him, because when he was chasing his brother out to bring the Buhari in and group, that he was flying here and there. Now the thing has reached him. So let him, he deserves what the Atiku did to him. But unlike Atiku is not going to contest an election. Very soon you will hear another story about him. It's only Tinubu that will contest and win the election. Nothing will stop Tinubu from winning election. Nigeria is the best president we ever have for now. Thank you, Queen. George from Oregon.
All right, George. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Yes, I greet you, my sister.
Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Madam Musa.
Welcome, Madam Musa.
So waiting day in my mind. Now waiting our president talk. Waiting I want make the people understand. Waiting him talk. You know, now during this Salah, me are the Muslim and our president are Muslim. And the meaning of this our Salah now to pray for sinners.
Okay.
For peace. You understand me?
Yeah.
So, and if you check out the statement when he make, that during when he go do the Salah, then journalists come they talk to them. Because they pray for them so that they will repent. Even for instance, even Christians, they pray for sinners now. They go do gospel and preach to them, pray for them so that they will repent. You didn't know that? Not the same just talk and say, pray for them.
But you pray for the terrorists them today. You pray, say me them repent.
Yes.
You think say they go repent? You think say some of them go repent?
Okay, don't you know that prayers? Don't you believe on God? I believe on Allah.
Okay.
God.
Allah will make them happen. I understand.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you too for calling and giving that perspective. What's on your mind?
When the man was praying that Tinubu will win, the children were protesting at the background. Did you hear the children's voice?
So they were protesting.
The children were protesting.
All
Don't say that. God forbid. How would we be in captivity and you're doing Children's Day and you're saying the children Buhari will win? I mean, Tinubu will win. Tell that man, let him heed to the voice of his people, of his family.
To the FM, what's on your mind?
Good evening, Queen.
Good evening.
Yeah, I'm Sebastian calling from Port Harcourt.
Sebastian, welcome.
Yeah. Let me comment on the Amechi lament over the victory at the primary.
That's what's on your mind, right? It's fine, go on.
Yes. See, Amechi don't know how to play politics. He was the founding father of APC in Rivers State. Okay, as he finished his tenure and campaign for Buhari, they gave him Minister of Transportation. He did not carry any person along. He felt that was El Dorado. All his structures he collapsed it. He did not carry any member of APC in Rivers State to federal level. He abandoned his structure and was only concentrating on himself. How can a politician that is aspiring for the number one seat play that type of politics? Politics is all about human being. The late Ken Saro said that it is better you lack money than to lack people. Even if you don't have a dime in your pocket and you have network of people, maintain solid relationship with people, anything that happens to you, before you know it, people will gather. Even if it is problem of 10 billion naira, they will raise that money to deliver you. That is the power in people. And that is what Amechi lacked. He collapsed his structure, did not carry any person along, forgetting that he will remain as Minister of Transportation. Politics is not done that way.
All right.
So how can he win? So that is, he should not lament. He should go and work on himself.
All right then. This is a text message, and the person says, this is from Dr. Prince Nelson. Good evening, beautiful presenter. What's on my mind is that President Tinubu should resign for calling on Nigerians to pray for bandits to repent instead of him to do his constitutional job of protecting Nigerians and their properties. Nigerians are tired of praying for incompetent and visionless leaders like President Tinubu. All right. I think we should take one or two calls. Is it two? Let's try. See how much we can go. Okay, let's do this one. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Oh, good evening, my beautiful sister. This is Marcos Ben Israel from Parakat.
Good evening, Marcos.
Yes, ma. You see, for that comment, I am a Jewish man, and kidnapping is a death sentence in my Torah. So I don't see any reason why I will pray for
a kidnapper,
the terrorists.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that tell the president to quickly release Nnamdi Kanu before problem comes, because if Nnamdi Kanu can be death terrorist and be given such a harsh character, that guy is a prophet. He's also an anointed in Israel. Go and do research in the Bible.
So the Torah does not encourage you to pray for sinners, or doesn't? There's nowhere in the Torah. Okay. So what happens?
Yes,
what happens to terrorists in the Torah or sinners? What happens to them?
No, kidnapping is a death sentence in the Torah.
Okay.
Honestly.
Okay.
So that is why you don't need to pray for them. Just do the needful, and thank you very much.
All right,
release
thank
Nnamdi Kanu. Let him go for free.
All right. Let's wrap up with this. So you're the last person calling on the show. Welcome. What's on your mind?
My name is Etim.
Etim. All right. Let's do a
yes,
minute.
in 2015, when Buhari was declared the winner of 2015 presidential election, you know, somebody who couldn't believe that APC and Buhari can unseat Jonathan, that of heart attack, that was in the person of Alamisia. Then 2023, the person that died of heart attack couldn't believe that Tinubu won 2023 presidential election was Raymond Dokpesi of that communication. So those who have believed that they can never pinpoint one particular thing, say Tinubu has done for 16 years after his 10-point agenda is commander-in-chief of armed forces. But GC F9, everything is F9 about Tinubu.
Right,
those who hate is one of those who protested at the Family Park in Lagos in 2014.
All right, then.
They hate because of it's Tinubu part of the people that voted that work.
All right, we have to go. Thank you so much for telling me what's on your mind. Shortly, Eyewitness Report. Just stay with us. Good evening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Celebrate, 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 celebrate. It's my year. Only good things happening to me all the way, man. It's my year.
5.1 FM, Voice of the People. My name is Queen Chima. So, I think it was, what's today? Today's Thursday. Yeah, today's Thursday, 28th of May 2026. So it was 26th because yesterday was 27th. I wasn't here. We're talking about quite some areas that the government needed to pay more attention to. And there's this particular area I'm trying to remember where you talked about the pothole. You said it's even covered by water, and sometimes a car may not notice and it could cause major accident in that area. So I'm aware that citizens, like people, just sometimes gather stones, or depending on the area and then the people you have living there gather stones and just cover up some of these potholes, because while you're waiting for the real deal to be done, you also may want to find a means as a people to ensure that, all right, maybe something just helps save situations or save a situation. Because if you're watching, just looking and waiting, and then something terrible happens, it may not be a good one, that everyone will have to complain about it and hoping, oh, the government is this and that. But that could help. I know that sometimes, on the entrance of this road, we had that situation and it was covered with stones, and some people just decided to do that. Sometimes landlords come together and make that happen. But some of you did also mention electricity, power challenges and outages. There was this particular man who called from Guruta and said for over a month or 3 weeks now, there has not been power in the whole of Guruta. And I don't know what the situation is like now, if anything has happened. Some of these reports that you give, the essence is that government pays attention to where it's supposed to pay, she's supposed to pay attention to, and then whatever is supposed to be done either by an individual, the government, whether you look at government chairman or whoever, should be done immediately. So don't think that it's not important, because I am sure that there are certain communities or certain roads, certain people that have been attended to as a result of you calling and giving your eyewitness report. Again, is it a Lily Road now? Something's been happening with my head lately, so trying to really keep close thoughts to a lot of things. So someone talked about a body, a hit and run situation. I don't know if that person has been taken out of the road. It's really tough. It was 2 months or 3 months ago that a girl was run over multiple times. First it was a hit and run, or someone just hit her. Some people were giving reports and saying it was the convoy. There were several thoughts to what happened to the young lady. It was really a sad situation. And in a country where or just any country, hit and run can happen anywhere. Just that sometimes, because we do not have enough monitoring situations, right? Most of our roads are really isolated. Nothing can be monitored, right? Even in the monitoring, we have situations where people who are supposed to be monitoring are busy doing another thing on the road. So you cannot even, you would not even take notice of anything that's happening. And some of major roads too are so busy, or less busy rather, so a hit and run situation, nobody would even notice, the person just escapes. However, if drivers also learn to drive carefully, carefully, sometimes avoiding overspeeding, right? Some of those safety tips that you can engage while driving. Maybe you're not even taking a call while driving. You've seen situations where someone is taking a call and almost missed his turn, almost hit someone, right? Distracted while driving, because driving is such a serious thing. If you don't do it well, you're not just endangering your life, you're endangering the life of the next person, whether in the car or outside the car or in another car. So you're driving, you should be able to maintain those safety rules while you're driving. Every time that they say don't drive when you're drunk, or don't drink while you're driving, don't take a call when you're driving. Years ago, one of my aunties really inspired me, and I never forgot that. And if I ever drove, or anytime I did, I make that stuck to my head because of what she did. So I was calling over and again to ask her for something. And because I was calling over and again, she had to park her car to take the call. And then she picks up and says, I'm actually on the road. I had to park. And I was like, park? Why did you have to park? And she said, because I'm driving and I'm not supposed to be driving and taking a call. And I mean, imagine how young I was, and I'd heard about don't drive and take calls. That was really inspiring. And that's what we also need to teach our younger ones. The people come, you give your son a car, because you take calls while you're driving, your son will take calls too. Or your daughter would have her own car, and then, I mean, it's just anything that happens. Use your seatbelt while you're driving. A lot of people don't. Even when the car is beeping and telling you, use your seatbelt, you ignore it most times. Right. So some of these things will just help. And I also hope that the one-way situation is reducing on this east-west road. I know that I've seen the police officers over and again arrest people or caution people, right? But I don't know how it is. I hope it's reducing, right? Use the lane that you're supposed to use, please. Just please, and stop shouting on people because the pedestrians are walking and you're shouting on them while you're using the wrong lane. Right, so welcome to Eyewitness Report on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. I said my name earlier, Queen Chima. So when you call, you tell me what your name is, except you want to remain anonymous. It's a situation that you don't want what you're about to say, you would rather not disclose your name, then it's fine. But when you call, tell me your name and then give me the eyewitness report, or give us the eyewitness report. It's 0810-951-0951. Look around you. What's happening that is not normal? What is happening that government needs to pay attention to? Now, it could also be a security situation, right? I mean, for that one, you can choose to be anonymous, right? Or you notice something that's not nice. You know, the police would always say, police is your friend, talk to us, let's gather information. It would help us, right? So if you have such information, I remember a young man calling sometime last week or 2 weeks ago, and it was he said he did notice some people trying to boggle the shop on a particular road, and it was when he shouted as a security man inside his own compound, from his compound rather, he shouted, and then they ran. They escaped. Imagine if he didn't see them, they would have found a way to open that shop, although he said one of them was finding it difficult to open one of the stores, right? So, but then, what's your eyewitness report? Anything that you've seen around that is not good? It could be a road situation, it could be power issue, it could be a traffic concern, it just could be illegal parking of cars, right? Just anything at all, right, that your eyes have seen. Please, let's have you report it here on Today 95.1 FM. And trust me, I'm sure that the government is going to do their best, or maybe will do their best. I'm not speaking for them, but then they should do what they're supposed to do, right? So call 0810-951-0951. The number again is 0810-951-0951. When you call that number, it's you can get through to us and give us your eyewitness report. Then you can send a text, WhatsApp message, or WhatsApp audio to 0701-9339-962. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Hello, Medicine.
Yes, good evening.
Regina calling from Chokocho. Regina calling from Chokocho.
Reginald, how is Chokocho?
Chokocho is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just that my road is too bad.
What's the road again?
My Chokocho Umeke Pipeline Road. That I've been complaining all this while.
Yeah.
And,
what's the actual situation of that road? When you say it's bad, like how bad?
The road to get to the side, man. It's bad. You know that the road is not tight and there are no drainages.
Okay.
You can imagine all the volume of
erosion, flooding that is coming from the major road.
Yeah, all on the road.
Is hitting inside that road. And you can imagine the compound, how flooded they will be. So, and that is why I've been calling on River State government and NDDC.
Yeah.
They should come and help us now.
With the road.
Because Chogocho Umechem don't have any reason to suffer what we are suffering about that road. Because considering the volume of money that is coming from these communities as a result of oil installations,
All right.
So we don't
problems.
need
I
to
hope
suffer
that they really attend to that road, because you have been talking about that road for quite some time now. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report? Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Levinus Amadi.
Levinus, all right.
I'm calling from Ibueche.
Welcome.
The road from Ibueche Junction, that's Ime, Chukota, Ikuregwo, and Umeblu. The road, I've been calling concerning the road. The road is very, very bad. Now that the rains are here, we can't pass to school, we can't go to market any longer. Our expectation was that Governor Sim Fobra will do the road.
Yeah.
Up till now, he has not done anything. Now that he's not going for second tenure, I don't know
what the situation would
that
be.
road.
Yeah. I know that Umwebele has very bad roads.
Very bad roads. As I speak to you now, we can't pass.
I don't know about the Ikrengo Chokota that you mentioned, but I know that
the road is
Umwebele
through.
has
It's through
really
from
bad roads.
Yes, these communities, and we have oil companies.
Yeah.
We have oil wells, a lot of them in our place, but the road is still like this.
It's really sad.
So I pray that maybe the next governor of River State. Because I don't think Governor Sim can do it any longer.
All right. No problem.
So
thank you.
That's our problem as it is now.
All right. Thank you. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Let me round up now.
But Reginald, you already gave your eyewitness report.
No, because I don't know whether you caught me or network caught me.
All right, wrap up, please.
Let me just wrap up. I have thought about that road. Then I want to still call on, I don't know, because if we still have commissioner for education. Because the last time I checked, when the professor was appointed, and he made a statement, I told him that it's not all about making statements, it's all about taking actions. And up to now, I have never seen any action towards the state of our primary and secondary schools. I think I am still calling on him. If the governor is not giving him the enabling environment to work now, let him resign so that let us see that we don't have commissioner for education. And finally, the zonal hospital at Okenyi is still in that condition. Why? The governor has fixed all the zonal hospitals built by Amechi. Why is that of a chair is still lying like that? That is the hospital that would have helped the chair people, and that of the Komoko General Hospital. They needed to be upgraded now so that the chair people will have a place to take care of their health issues. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. 0810-951-0951. That's the number that you can call and give your thoughts. Eyewitness report. Right. What is your eyewitness report? Call that number and you can give it. Right. 0810-951-0951. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Hello.
Yes, welcome.
Good evening to you.
Yes, good evening.
Please, I want to ask the governor and the commissioner for education what happened about the recruitment he said he's making in education. I'm talking about primary and secondary schools. The governor said he has lifted embargo, at least 5,000 embargo for teachers. Up till now, I've not heard anything. about that. Please, the governor should, employ these people, especially the youth. People are not happy for keeping this all these things quiet like this.
All right. Okay. Keep the calls coming. Send a message too. Tell me what your eyewitness is. Good evening, presenter. Please, my eyewitness report is about elections and voting this and that party, while the people of Mbugidi community in Omagwa, Ikuri local government area do not have light for over 5 good years. Please, the chairman, Ikuri local government area, Honorable Charles Umubodo, you have restored Omagwa lights, but not up to Mbugidi community. Please, I plead, do the needful to restore lights to Mbugidi community. Thanks from Udu Godwin C, aka Bawa Mbugidi. Okay. It would be all right. Okay, this person says it would be suicidal to vote President Tinubu back into. Is this your eyewitness report? Is this it? It will be suicidal to vote President Tinubu back into power come 2027. He has done nothing rather than the one in River State was crippled by him and his foot soldiers. He should be voted out of power because he has nothing to offer to Nigerians. Kelly from Port Harcourt. So Kelly, is that your eyewitness report? All right, tell me something that your eyes are seeing. And yeah, you tell me if this is not what your eyes seeing. Well, please, eyewitness report. Right, eyewitness report. Something that you want the government to pay attention to, something that you have noticed that is out of place, maybe a situation, an emergency situation, or something that is of concern to you or your people. Right, it's important to get that. Welcome. What's your name and what's your eyewitness report?
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
My name is Obuna. I'm calling from Romaholo.
Welcome, Obuna.
Okay, my eyewitness report is this actually happened today, but it happened 2 days ago, and I wanted to call, but then it already in another program. Okay. And what is eyewitness report? We are complaining recently of the level at which we have debris flying around Port Harcourt. To be fair, some of us, how did I know? Because I went to discard my debt. You know, I even went as far as I bought smaller nylon to put the debt inside and bought this other bin bag. I tell my wife and I say, make sure you tie every small debt, then put it inside the big bin bag.
That's brilliant.
So you can see the level of the measure I'm taking to make sure, assuming I go and throw it away, it doesn't fly.
Yeah.
And when I got to where I was, the receptacle where I was to discard it, I saw this young man who was busy tearing up every
bags
bag that people had thrown away. At some point, sometimes when I even go to try, I even go as far as telling them, don't bother tearing it, you will not find anything inside this one. And these guys will be there as they tear it. It's not like they tear it and put it back. They just tear it and leave it like that. And the next car that is on a speed, or for them, this is a rainy season. When the rain starts falling, it's a bit windy. The rain comes with a lot of storm. These things will now be scattered here and there. So much so that even when these guys come in the morning or later in the night to pack most of these things, some are not being packed. And in the morning, these things are flying. So I don't know which agency is in charge. The government needs to do something. If it means start to arrest these guys, so they will stop this nonsense. Because if they do this thing, they don't even do it in the morning. Everywhere is just littered. For that cause becomes a garbage city. It is an attempt. Really? Or better still, they should do something and tell people, okay, here you can discard this type of material. When I did my master's abroad, I worked in a firm. What we did was to sort all these debt. We had to put metal and all this. Maybe they should give us a position where we can be discarded. This one is biodegradable. This one will go and like this. So probably when they come, they have to go and just scouting for this thing.
And that can
rather
help.
than just tear up everything.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Okay, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
This is Frank calling from Bolonibo.
Welcome, Frank.
Yes, I want to talk about my own eyewitness.
Please go on.
So one of the witness that I witnessed in my community is that I don't know what my community did to NEPA. NEPA refused giving them Rubibo light. And they do bring bills. We do pay for our bills, but we don't see what we are this for. So I am begging for the state government to see what they can do to make sure that we can see light used because we are paying for the bill. And again, my Upper Community Secondary School, which I do talk about each and every time I talk on this radio station.
Yeah.
Two things involved in that secondary school. One is the water do carry the school. Two is the dustbin, again, that they are pouring in that premises. Let me just say by the roadside of the premises of the school.
Okay.
The kind of dustbin that is there is, in fact, I don't know how will I put it, because the thing is always even disturbing the students, because the odor do enter the school to disturb the ones that is learning in that school.
Yeah.
I am urging the Rewama, they should try and make sure that that dustbin of it, they can be able to remove from the school.
Okay.
They should do that one first, then we'll be waiting for the state government to come and do the needful to make sure that that school perfectly as other schools used to be in River State. Thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
calling from Bulurumingu.
Thank you, Frank, for calling. All right, 0810-9510951. Can give your eyewitness report on by calling that number 0810-9510951, and then you can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. That number you can send a text or WhatsApp message to and give your eyewitness report. Right, it's Today 95.1 FM. What's happening around you that we need to know about? What's that thing that you need to call attention to? Right, welcome. What's your eyewitness report? Can you hear me? Oh, that call dropped. Call again, please. Right, this is a text message. Hi Queen, good evening. My eyewitness report is that I don't have. Oh goodness. All right, I see this and see what we can do. All right. Yep. All right. Thank you for sending that. See what we can do. Right. Okay. Keep the calls coming. 0810-9510951. That's the number that you can call and give your eyewitness report. The number is 0810-9510951. Right, so I mentioned on Tuesday that the dumping on the east-west road has also reduced. I noticed that it has. I don't know about your area, if you have experienced some level of reduction, right? I mean, if it's way better in your area, right? If it is, you tell me. If it isn't, right, you can also mention. That would really, really help to know what exactly we are doing as a people. I said earlier that it's important that we keep talking about these things. You also need to know that you're calling government attention to do the work. It's very important that they do the work. Whatever area that they're supposed to put in the work, then they should, right? So you want to call their attention. That would be really important. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Good evening, ma'am.
Yes, good evening. What's your eyewitness report?
My name is Mr. Mayuman.
All right, Mayuman, welcome. I can hear you. Waiting happen. Why did your call drop? Mayuman, call again, right? If you call again, we'll get your thoughts, please. 0810-9510951, and we can get to talk to you. All right. Remember that if you talk about this, it's just definitely going to be a change if you talk about it. If you decide not to, yes, you may not see the needed change, right? We have to keep talking about these things to experience the change that is necessary, right? So if it's important to you, important to the next person, important that government pays attention to it, then please, it's something that we should not leave unattended to. So anything that you have seen at all, anything that you have seen that is necessary to point to in your area, in your environment, right? It's important that you just quite mention, and we would be able to analyze what's happening there. And also, you may be protecting someone from something that they should not be experiencing. That's what Eyewitness Report is, calling attention to what's happening in the state. And I'd also like that if you are in these rural communities, right, in rural communities, it'd be really nice to get to hear what's happening, right, in that area or in those areas that you are in, right? If you are in a rural community, it would be nice to hear from you, right? 0810-951-0951. That is 0810-951-0951. Then 0701-933-9962. That's the number that you can call, send a text or WhatsApp message to, and we can get to hear what's happening around you, right? What is happening around you, your eyewitness report. Send a text or WhatsApp message. I also said that I know that it can be concerning sometimes for some people. You don't want to put out a security concern. You're not comfortable doing that. You're not convinced for your safety. So I said you can be anonymous, right? But calling the attention of the people who you should call the attention to, it's also necessary, because that would truly help, right? It's 0810-951-0951. You can call the attention of the government to any specific area at all that attention needs to be paid to, or anything that you have seen, or even noticed that government should pay the necessary attention to as eyewitness reports in your community. Something that's not working right, you can definitely do that, right? All right, call the numbers and let's get to hear from you, right? We call those numbers and we get to hear from you. And the road, if it's a road situation, or if it's weather road situation, or water situation, or security situation, whatever's happening in your area, right? It's important that you just report it on Eyewitness Report this morning. And for those in the metropolis too, because we seem to get more reports. I think more reports from these rural areas. I mean, if you're also in the metropolis, I mean, there could be a number of things that you want to point out as your eyewitness report. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Rona, good evening.
You always call me Rona. My name is Queen.
Okay, Queen, good evening.
Good evening.
This is Chief Solomon.
All right, Solomon.
I want to remind that daughter in Obogoro, Obiapo local government, Obogoro community, that gutter is causing serious flood. So they should still try and involve that big gutter into this ring road agreement so that the flood will stop. You see, and our health center also, they are supposed to start working on it this May. Since then, those people living there, we have given them notice to leave. You see, so they came some time ago, say they want to, say they offended that they will start this 1st of May. So up till now, so many people have moved off from there, move away from there. They are not even making any sign that they are serious to develop it. You see, so Ministry of Health and the people in charge, they should come and complete that health center. Since administration of Amechi up till now, nothing has remained like that. They should come and revamp it so that workers will be working there. Drivers, cleaners, doctors, nurses, different departments will be employed. And we are talking of applicants. All these things are the means of creating a job for people. So they should come and complete that health center so that it will be function. You see. So, and again, this is our community hall, Oboguru Town Hall. You see, so they should come and give us town hall. Ring Road has removed our town hall. We need Oboguru Town Hall. It was upstairs. You see, but now, if you reach there now, if they tell you Oboguru was having a town hall, they won't believe it. You see, so town hall is very, very important in a community like this. You see, there will be some kind of health workers, health. If maybe health want to visit communities, if it's the community hall, they will stay. And other development sector is community health hall, they will stay.
Yeah.
So community hall is very, very important. You see, even for the Council of Chiefs. So they should come and replace our town hall for us. Thank you.
All right. I hope that happens with Obogoro. And there's this community I visited. We went for something, and then I saw that there was a town hall built. I can't remember I don't think it's NDDC. It was the NDDC that built that. Okay. Yes, that also, it's a way, some sort of contribution to the community. And I don't know if some IOCs, right, in some of the communities also help with that, right? But it's important. There's a community where the young man says that health professionals attend to members of that community under a tree. So you may ask if they don't have a town hall. That could be something that you ask if they don't. Because if they did, maybe that's where they would attend to them. That's attend to the people there. Yeah. All right, what's your eyewitness report? 0810-951-0951. You can call that number. That is 0810-951-0951 to give your eyewitness report. Then you can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Right, it would work to that number. Text or WhatsApp message would work, and we can definitely get to know what's happening in that area. Now, even if it's not your area, and you moved past a place, right, you can also give an eyewitness report. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Thank you. Good evening.
Yes, good evening. Welcome.
I need to be protected.
You need to do what?
Let me be protected. I don't want to call my name.
It's fine. I said you can stay anonymous.
Okay. So, my plea, let the government contact head from people living in this are not junction, this are not routes. Then that barrack, a lot of things are going on in that barrack. From these court boys and all the rest of them. No type of smoking, no type of smoke. They do there in that barrack field. These are not just that barrack field. As I'm talking to you now, I'm close there now. A lot of kids are going there. These court boys, they look at appreciate the machete. People they do a lot of things with that plantain. When you enter that field, there is a place with plantain, they plant plantains here. When you go there, you see a lot of people. Now, as I'm talking to you now, a lot of atrocities. They carry some people to soldiers, then they kill, they do a lot of things. And the people, as I'm talking to you, I'm not saying I'm accusing police or evil. What I know, sometimes they go there, they go there, they try to shoot them, and things are still going on. So if police from DSS move from town, and take over and come cooperate with army, go the other day army came there because one of them shoot army people. So they go there. So now security is not there. So it's a very big threat. Any type of court you want to hear. So please let government come. If not, I wonder how it's going to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for this report. Thank you so much. All right, for seeing this. All right, I said that because this would help, right? You know, when the police talks about an information gathering and also say that you should help, it's because most times you see the nook and crannies, right, of these places that they may not have access to or they may not see. No matter what, they would not see these areas. But with you, it may be easier for them. So thank you so much for that. It's really appreciated. All right, 0810-9510-951. You can call that number and give your eyewitness report. Then you can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 962. Right, that is 0701 9339 962. You can send a text or WhatsApp message to that number, and we can get to hear what your eyewitness report is. We should wrap up in just a few minutes. It's been good hearing from most of you. Give your eyewitness report, and thank you so much, right, for being that person who watches, who looks around and counts it as important to talk to us about what you notice and what you see in your environment. And I do hope, right, I really do hope that we experience progress with some of the road situations that you've called got the government's attention to. The road especially, it's important. Welcome.
Hello, Queen.
Yes, good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm fine. How about
Dr.
you?
Dennis.
Welcome.
There is one anomaly that I have noticed when we were growing up in the 70s.
Okay.
Every adult in the society was a policeman. When you say we community policing, they are the ones who will judge what you're wearing and ask you if your mother saw you coming out with this type of dressing, if your father saw it, and even report your hair like this. And everybody looks prim and prime. You understand?
Yeah.
Now, there's a school, I don't want to mention names, let them know themselves, that children have registered for WAEC or junior WAEC and all, and they say if you do not plait hair, they will not allow you to take the exams. And I say, what?
If you don't plait your hair? Like, you mean if your hair is
I'm
cut,
telling
you won't be allowed? Is
I
that
don't
supposed to
understand
be? Is your child in the school?
My word.
Okay. Did you go to the school to confirm?
Maybe that's what I will do, but
Yes.
I have not gone. You know, I thought I should mention it. It's a public interest thing.
Yeah.
So that people will know, or the people in charge will also know that somebody is watching. You understand?
I think
this
you
is
should.
wrong. It's an anomaly.
I think you should
How
go to
can
the
you,
school
like
to
my
confirm.
own daughter?
I think you should go to the school to confirm.
Yes, I will do that. I promise you I will do that.
All right.
My daughter, of course, I did homeschooling for her in the first 6 years.
Okay.
You know, so when she was ripe to now go to secondary, I went and registered her in St. Anthony's here at Grita.
Okay.
You understand? It's a Catholic school.
Okay.
She never plaited hair. Now she's studying in Bangalore University, India. She has not plaited hair up to today. She still wears a low cut.
Because
She's
you
studying
should
law.
be,
She's
of
in her
course, you should
second
be
year now.
allowed to do that. Either make your hair or not.
No, now she's comfortable with the way she used to be here.
Yeah, I mean,
as-
this information you got from your ward is weird, right? Because I know that schools what they want is just you stay presentable. Some of them would say they don't want extensions,
Exactly.
or even if they want
Yeah,
extensions, they don't want colored extensions. And then some of them even say every senior secondary or junior secondary should have their hair cut. So I don't know why they would say that. This particular school will say you have to make your hair. Maybe you should just go confirm. That sounds weird.
So that's what I
All
thought I should let you and the public hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dennis. Okay, wow. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report? Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
My name is Sunday, calling from Takot.
All right, welcome.
Thank you. Let me send any of your colleagues to go to NNPC runabout, Rumowa.
Okay.
Rumowa, NNPC runabout. Or NNPC police station. Just go there. You find out that somebody mounts something doing the shawarma business while gas plant is there. Police station, fuel is there. So I was really shocked for me to see such a thing. They are there now.
Are you serious?
Operating that kind of business, that type of business.
That's weird. That's not nice. All right, I'm sure that as you've called them out, something's going to happen. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Hello.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome.
I am Oti Wabeze.
All right, Oti, go on, please. Go on with your eyewitness report, Oti Wabeze. Okay, I think your call dropped. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Hello, good evening, Rona.
It's Queen.
Oh,
good evening.
Queen.
Yeah, good evening.
My own Queen, how are you?
I'm fine.
I'm Simeon from Delhi.
All right, Simeon, welcome. Go on, please.
Yes, I really don't know the school that the man that called was talking about. But being a retired teacher, not just a retired director of education, I know that no principal or school will make it a mandatory thing that the girls have to plait their hair. No. What they really mean is what you just answered him. To keep your hair neat and enter school, because you need to see our girls enter exam these days with long. Oh, my sister, I thank God I am out of the field. So what I want to say now, the Bible says we should be careful, that we should be kind to strangers.
Yeah.
We should be kind to the orphans, kind to the widows, and so on. Now I want to single out the strangers. The strangers we see today in our midst, they invoke fears in our heart because we don't know whether we are going to be what God say to receive them and then receive death. We don't really know what's going on. I think I want to say that the local government chairman should try.
Are you there?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go on, please.
The local government chairman should do well, make it mandatory that every landlord should profile the people that they keep in their house. Let us know who is our friend, who is against us. Because Bible says we should be kind to the strangers and we must obey God. But we cannot obey God and die.
True.
We must obey Him and live. Right, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I don't know that school, but I'm sure that some children or most children may not want to just make up anything to tell their parents or guardian. Who knows what she was told? Maybe she miscommunicated or she didn't get clearly or hear clearly. And someone may say anything is possible, but then I'm sure as he confirms, he will know exactly what was told her or told them. All right, thank you so much for giving your eyewitness report. I think it's just All right, so this is where we wrap it up. 8 o'clock. Mr. Smith, Debia will be here for security and you. So there's something really important we want to talk about as pertaining security and the contribution that society makes to that. There's a theory that he'll be expatiating on. So I look forward to you joining the conversation via calls and text messages. You're still listening to Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. My name is Queen Shema. Good evening.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Football fans, the biggest football night of the season is here. This 30th May 2026. Get ready for the ultimate UEFA Champions League final experience with the unbeatable Today FM Sports crew and you, the real fans, live at Amora Resort. It's going to be action like never before. It's going to be Budapest away from Budapest. Massive screens, an electric atmosphere, fun games, fan battles, music, loads of giveaways, amazing freebies, and unforgettable moments with fellow football lovers. And guess what? Come rock in your favorite football club jerseys and represent your team with pride. Businesses and brands, this is your chance to connect with passionate football fans from across the city. Sponsorship opportunities are now open. Call 0812-596-9594. Again, 0812-596-9594. UEFA Champions League Final Watch Party with Today FM Sports Crew. Only at Amora Resort. Located at East West Road by First Mechanic Junction, Alakahia, Port Harcourt, River State. Budapest, away from Budapest.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
sun in your eyes. Everything that you do, I'm in love.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. It's that hour again where we talk security, and it's commonly said that security is everyone's business. So as we have this conversation, do you know exactly what quota you can contribute or should contribute to security here in the state and even Nigeria at large? Welcome to Security and You on Today 95.1 FM. My name is Queen Chema. Of course, I have my guest here who is a fellow Nigeria Institute for Industrial Security, crime analyst, security consultant, a criminologist, expert in artificial intelligence, in security management, and MD CEO of Snow.net Security Limited. Good evening, Ukechi Smith, DBS. Good to have you in the studio.
Yeah, good evening, King. Good evening, listener.
All right, I think you should say that again. Did I turn on the wrong mic? Yeah, I did. Good evening, Ukechi Smith, DBS.
Yeah, good evening, Queen, and good evening, listeners.
All right, so you started this conversation last week with Rona Abara, social disorganization theory of crime. And I'm sure someone who didn't listen last week will be wondering, wow, disorganization theory of crime, what does that mean? And then we can go on to where you stopped last week.
Yeah, we started it last week. And, most times when we talk about crime, people just look at it as one thing that just happened. And we have established the fact that there is no product called crime. Rather, it is an act. I don't think we can lay hand on any product that is called crime. But it is an act that is the act of a thing that brings about crime. So when we talk about it, we have ravaged with insecurity. Crime is just increasing on a daily basis. People are slipping into crime on a daily basis, and we're just looking at an aspect of fighting crime instead of asking why are people actually slipping and falling into crime. For us, we look at that aspect. That's why when it happens, we don't just condemn it. We try to see what really happened. Should there have been a way we probably would have prevented it from happening, and all of that. Then if we explore those ways, we now look at recommendations of why this will not happen again. Because when you look at crime from those angles, you now have to understand why people are doing this. And we are talking about social disorganization theory of crime. In criminology, we have lots of theories. And each of these theories had to deal with solution to the society. And these theories are not just one that have been done today or propounded today. They've been there years back. And philosophers had time to really look at the society, study the society, and have come with these things. And when you look at them, you see social disorganization theory of crime. And it tells you why are more people turning to crime as society loses its moral value or moral control. This theory explains one dangerous truth. People are less likely to commit crime when they are strongly, underline the word, strongly connected to family, connected to religion, connected to education, culture, moral values, and positive relationship. They are less likely. Now, let me explain. That's what this theory is talking about. That's why it's saying that people are turning into crime as society loses its moral value or moral control. Now, what are we saying? Moral control and moral values, that what we had or what we have, that when you want to go out as a young lady dressed, you know that I'm not dressing properly. I need to cover up these places and these places. These are moral value that we had already. These are things we had in the community where this set of community people does not behave like this. They behave well. In fact, then when people, those days when people want to marry, they look at the family. They tend to look at the family value. How does these family people behave? Okay, those are values. That's why he's saying that when you are connected, you less commit crime. Now, you see that some people will say, if not for my parents, I probably would have committed this kind of crime. You know, sometimes when you, after primary school and all that, and you are just exposed to second university, A1 and all those kind of things, you know, you mix with people. Some people come with some different ideas, friends and peer pressures and all that. You just look at someone and say, oh no, I won't do this. Not just because you don't like to do it, or maybe you don't want to do it, but you just think, if my parents hear about this, what are they going to think? I wouldn't want to disappoint my parents. That is, you still have the moral value. That means that you're still connected to the family. Now, some people will say, no, I won't do this. If my pastor hears this, if my members hears this, if my man hears this, how would they feel? Yeah, and it's not like we don't also want to do that, but because you don't want to disappoint them. That is in the religious aspect. As such, you less likely to commit crime. And then when education has also a lot to do. Now, I said something last week. I said when we were in school trying to do one or two, and we were trying to fill a form for a particular guy. He wasn't around, and he said no, that we shouldn't do that. When he comes, he will do it himself. We say, why not we just allow us to do this? He said no, that he has an ambition to be in politics. So as such, he wouldn't want the situation after 10, 20 years that he's pursuing an ambition, will now come and say that he didn't feed that form, that were the one that feed that form for him. And you've seen it happen. People come up to say he never had youth service certificate, ID declarance for him and all that. So when you have this ambition, you are less likely to also commit crime. The culture I've talked about is so the moral and positive social relationship. You know, when you have some good relationship, you tend not to commit crime, because you look at it, what will my friends say? What will my partner and all of that? So this is what it is. But when those bonds are weak, okay, I said connected, less likely. Now, when those bonds are weak, insecurity, cultism, drug abuse, kidnapping, just name them,
becomes the order of the day.
Becomes the order of
so
the day.
it's like it's someone's social environment conditioning their response to life.
That's why this theory is there. One of those things that people don't understand about crime and its related activity is that environment has a lot to do to crime. That's why in this theory we had 4 major pillars of this theory. 4 major pillars of this theory. And number 1 is attachment. Now, I said here that strong emotion. I said the theory says crime prevention through 4 major bonds. I said 1 is attachment, strong emotional connection to parents, teachers, mentors, religious leader, and society, who actually prevent you from committing crime. I've just stated it. Strong emotional connection to all this can actually prevent you from committing crime. When you don't have that strong emotional connection with your parent, with your teacher, with your mentor, with your religious organization, or even in the society, you tend not to be accountable to anybody. So you could just jump at anything that is being presented to you. So those are one of the 4 major theories. Number 2 is commitment. Having goals, dream, education, career, reputation, and future ambition. You see people already, they've pattern where they want to go. They have future, they have actually looking up to where they want to go. In that case, everything you're presenting to them today, it's not about them. They are just looking at tomorrow. I know I'm going to be in this position. I know I'm going to be. So whatever distraction you're bringing it doesn't affect them, because already they have ambition that this is where they are going to be. Of course, that's why we also encourage people, basically youths, to also be committed. Okay, develop your ambition. What is your dream? How are you looking at it? In fact, I was talking to some persons before I left the office, and I was telling them, this side of our state, it has to do with politics and politics and politics. So I was talking to some of them. I said, this thing you're saying, can't you put yourself in the shoe of you becoming even the governor? Can't you just see yourself being in a position where you can actually help to solve the problem of the society? We talk about waste management in this state, and I can tell you for 59 years now that we just became yesterday, we are still battling with waste management, and you're still supporting Mr. A and Mr. B. Why? Since you say you have a solution, or you think you want a solution, why not just work towards you putting your own signature to see that the NTA road is fixed, to see that the waste management is taken care of, to see that you are also participating in providing solution to the society? How long shall we continue like this? Do you understand? So for 59 years, we're still battling with waste management. For 59 years, we're still battling with road. I mean, look at just NTA road, less than 1 kilometer between that Dominion City to this point. It has been there for almost 2 years. It has been there for almost 2 years. So I was telling them, I said, you can also think of you solving this problem. So commitment, having goals, dreams, education, career, reputation, and future ambition can actually prevent you from committing crime. Now, the third one in the 4 factor is involvement. Keeping people busy with productive activity instead of idleness. This is one key factor that we need to look at critically. Each time the government will say they are lifting up embargo for 5,000 employment, if you go to the end point of that employment, probably if they are doing it online, so if you go to the server to check how many persons that have applied, sometimes you see over 25,000-30,000 persons just looking for
the job of 1,000
and thereabout. And now people no longer talk about qualifications of it. They don't no longer talk about related courses. Everybody just applied and all of that, because we in this side are not keeping people productive. Because that is the only avenue that they think they could actually be employed. Now, but a situation where involvement coming from the local government side of it, coming from the private sector, when we have an enabling environment, I can tell you, businesses will strive. As such, people will be busy, people will be involved, people will be positively productive. So as such, they are less likely to commit crime because they are busy,
actively engaged.
Actively engaged. Now, when we're working, you're tired and all of that. That's what it is. There is nobody.
I wonder what time you would have to think of committing crime.
There's nobody. Imagine I'm just living here and somebody's calling me to come and go and do one thing. I mean, how? Because you can see that you're almost running with 99%. Your bar is almost low, so you need to go. And also, when people are involved in doing productive activity, then they are less likely. Now, another is belief. Respect for laws, moral values, culture, social ethics. When these 4 collapses, crime will increase. So your belief will also prevent you from committing crime. So having said this, these were things we highlighted last week. So we'll just look at 6 factors about this particular theory that relates to crime increase in the society. One dangerous thing society does not actually understand is that when people stop feeling ashamed of wrongdoing, crime multiplies. Yeah. When people stop feeling ashamed of wrongdoing, crime multiplied. Recently, you just see something that looks like a culture where you see young ones opening their ears, putting up every part of the body, both male and female. You have earrings and all that. That's fashion. I'm not against it to say. But what we're trying to talk about is that when people stop feeling ashamed of wrongdoing, crime will multiply. So what it means, people just, in fact, if you walk in the street now, you see people wearing, it's no longer what they call that short jean. Is it
ripped jeans?
There's one small thing they used to call it
Bum shorts.
Bong shorts. Yeah,
Okay.
fine. Yeah. It's no longer bun short. Bun short now is like even a glorified trouser and all that. So you see. People, for some of us that live in some of these estates, you can't even stroll out by this time much. So come and even take a walk, because you see people, dress anyhow, to let me use the word. That's why we're saying that when people start feeling ashamed of wrongdoing, crime will definitely multiply. Now, years ago, stealing was actually shameful. Okay, when people steal, it was shameful. The family people would even they don't even want to see you. Nobody wants to see you around and all of that. But today we hear people steal in the government. We hear people steal good money. And when we are talking about it, some persons will say, is it because it's from the north? Is that why you are talking about that? Is it because it's from the east? Is it because it's from the south? But what we're talking about is stealing.
Yeah.
We're not talking about the north-south east. What we're talking about is stealing. So that's because people are no longer feeling ashamed of wrongdoing. So somebody will even be boasting, walking majestically to the court to go and defend how many billion they say you stole. Okay, so then stealing, people were ashamed if you say this person stole. In fact, sometimes you won't even see him around. But here we just see people that have stolen our money in the screen or just on the screen talking, defending, doing, and some of us too, like I was telling them this evening before I left, some of us too will be supporting them. And we don't talk of how can we become a solution to the society, in as much as we have gotten to this age. We need to also understand. So cultism was a hidden thing then. In school then, you can hardly identify a cultist. But today, just on the road, somebody will just shake hand and do like this. You can't even, you just go to a public place. The way they do all that thing, some persons will even beat their chest, they call one or two enchantment and all that. So it's now people no longer ashamed of wrongdoing. So that's how crime is multiplying. Drug abuse was then condemned, but now it's just almost everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay, so you see that social disorganization theory, values and morals are decaying on a daily basis. People no longer feel that value. People no longer feel ashamed of when these things happen. You see people just tag on EFCC will just tag some people, NDLA will tag some people, and just post your pictures everywhere, caught with drugs, how many kilograms and all that. Does it really matter? The next morning you go and you see that person at the airport. In fact, he's even happy that he's even boasting that nothing. I'm back. I've left the cell. I've left the places. So people no longer feel ashamed of this. And today, fraudsters are celebrated. Violence is being glorified online. You see what is happening. Fraudsters are celebrated. People no longer ask questions. Young people now admire criminal lifestyle. That's what it is, because that's why everybody is tilting towards this aspect of internet fraudster and all of that. What are we talking about? Social disorganization, that value. If you go to some religious organization, we don't even talk about it. People, in fact, I visited one religious organization, and the ushers had just small pieces of clothes. So when they see you with a short term, they give you that piece of cloth
to cover up.
Yes. So when you sit, because they know that probably what you're wearing, if you sit, it will actually go up.
Yeah.
So they give you a piece of cloth to cover up. You know, I saw them hanging those things, and I was thinking they were selling it. Not.
You thought they were selling?
Yeah, I thought they were selling it. So, you know, we researchers, we always have this inquisitive mindset.
Yeah.
So I was just looking out for what is happening here, and I discovered that that's actually what they are giving. So when young people admire criminal lifestyle, then this is called normalization of deviance. In our own field, normalization of deviance. A young boy sees internet fraudsters driving expensive cars and receiving respect in the society. Instead of condemning crime, society celebrates the proceed of crime. Gradually, crime becomes attractive because morals and everybody is not talking about moral. What we're talking about is what car is he driving. If you go to university now, even some students are coming to lecture with bodyguards. You just see 3 vehicles. You see some security agencies will just come down. One small boy will just come and they will hang around, and he goes to class, finish his lecture, and he enters his car again. I mean, when these young people see how people celebrate this kind of fast and quick money, they just see that nothing to do again. So the easiest way is to go for the fast money. Now, number 2 is broken family structure is a security threat. Yeah, a broken family structure is a security threat. The theory explained that the first security institution is not the police, it is the family, of course. Now, many criminals today grew up without parental supervision. Yeah, that's why we said when you're connected, you're less likely to commit crime. But when those bonds are broken, are weakened, anybody can give you instructions and you can listen to anybody. You know, the other time we were talking about street, and I told you that street does not teach discipline. It doesn't teach moral. So the street teach anything, but it doesn't teach patience. It doesn't teach discipline. It doesn't teach moral. So without emotional care, without discipline, without moral direction, when children are just vulnerable for recruitment and all this. So when parents abandon mentorship, gang recruits faster, cult groups gain members, and drug dealers targets youth. Of course, you know, extremist group manipulate vulnerable individuals. You see, what has been happening around banditry and all of that, in fact, you can see that gradually is becoming normal. Okay, these were things we probably, if the people in the authority had good intention, maybe they had, but probably, I don't know. But if actually they do, they probably would have solved most of this problem before now. Like I don't believe in fighting anything, like I have always said. Yeah, because when you fight, when you are fighting in your relationship, it means that there is a failure somewhere, because at the point of it there was no fight. So something started happening, and before you know, you're now fighting. So when you're fighting insecurity, then you failed somewhere, because something you probably would have done, you didn't do it. That's why we'll go to the point that you're fighting, because there probably would have been a point of dialogue. There probably would have been a point we could really sit down. So what I'm trying to say is that much of these people that are slipping into crime, there were time probably would have make education better, free education, intentional, not just saying it on the pages of newspaper, and also create enabling environment so people could be involved, people could be productive, positively being productive. As such, crime will reduce. Social disorganization is what we're talking about. Values are declining.
We'll come back, and I mean, I'd like that you pay a little more attention or expand on what can be done, right, in every of these areas you've mentioned. Let's take a commercial. We'll be right back. It's Security and You. Stay with us.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player or when a team comes together to win. A solo beat or the rhythm of many. The flair of one dancer or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
All right, it's Security and You on Today 95.1 FM, and we have been looking at social disorganization theory of crime. And the guest has been saying, I'm talking about Ukechi Smith Dibia, said that this theory explains that crime thrives in communities where social institutions have broken down. And the theory argues that when families, schools, religious institutions, community leadership, youth organizations, and law enforcement structures become weak or ineffective, crime naturally increases. I mean, if you look at the Nigerian environment today, which of these institutions can you say is off the top of your head? You say, okay, maybe it's the family system. I mean, my guest talked about broken homes, talked about law, talks about community leaders, religious institutions, youth organizations, the government, law enforcement structures. I mean, off the top of your head, do you think this one that contributes the most? I always talk about the family. It says Smith Dibia. I talk about the family a lot. Maybe because I have related with a number of people that I think have complained a little too much of how much they wish they got from family. But some of them are no longer complaining and say, well, I didn't get that, so I will do my best. But some are not happy about it, and they would not tell you they're not happy. You could see the way that they act.
When you say what they got, what do you mean, like
how they were raised in their homes?
Yeah.
Right. Some people, you talk about broken homes.
Yeah,
I've interfaced with some people who came out of broken homes because they are mature and have a sense of awareness, and they say, because I saw my father do this, that's why I have an inclining to do this. But then I'm working on myself to do better. And then you talk about religious organizations and all. But let's open the phone lines and hear from our listener before we get back to you on what can be done exactly, or is there something that can be done? 0810-9510-951. That's the number that you can call and be part of the program Security and You. We have about 10 to 11 minutes before we wrap up, so let's see how many calls we can take. 0810-9510-951. You can call that number, send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Welcome to Security and You.
Good evening and greetings to Smith. Yeah.
Good evening.
See, the discourse is, by my thinking and reasoning, is very simple. Why the society is eroded with morals, character, behavior that we have the use now, yet most of them because of leadership. If the head is rotten, what will happen to the tail? Because you look at the society, Nobody asks questions. The political bourgeois created agencies, ICPC, NAFDAC, SON, Standard Organization of Nigeria, and the rest of them. Tell me one which is working. EFCC, tell me one which is working. When the political bourgeois steal money, they call it loot. They call it misappropriation. Instead of them to face the task, Section 1090, which is stealing, they don't call it stealing. They say loot, misappropriation. They managed to put them in jail. 1 year, 2 years, they bring them out. We saw a man putting dollars in the pocket. What is the matter today? The leadership is corrupt, and they're preaching corruption. That is why the youth are doing what they are doing. No law, no order. From the head. Let me leave it there. Let others can contribute.
All right. Welcome to Security and You.
Hello. Good evening.
Yes, good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, all.
Good evening.
We can hear you. Good evening.
Okay. Man is... I'm sorry. I'm Yadibera Adile, calling from Abayaba.
All right, go on, please.
Man is regarded as an animal by science. And if you want to tame an animal, provide for that animal. That animal might be your layers. The layers will be laying eggs for you. You'll be providing for the layers, enjoying the money you get from it through taxes or whatever. But you are controlling the layers, the birds, through what you provide for them, the comfort you give to them. That is how to build a society. You cannot call your parents that abandoned you parents. The person you call parents, they are the ones that provided for you, that took care of you. When you opened your eyes, you saw them. They've been taking care of you. That's how nation is built. Now, let me tell you, if you go to abroad now in Europe, if they see you as someone very important, do you know what they will do? They will give you a woman, give you a house that is well monitored, give you a job. Through the job, they will monitor you. Through your house, they will monitor you. Through the woman, they will monitor you. So the provisions they provide for you are the things they will use to monitor, tame you, and make sure you don't get involved in crime. So our leaders should follow that line. Thank you very much.
All right. 0810-9510-951. That's you can call that number. But let's get back to you, Mr. Smith. What truly can be done? Is there something that can be done? You already highlighted the decadence in society in terms of morality declining on a daily basis. For some people, they may think that we've gone too far to come back. Is that what it is?
Yeah, actually, we've gone too far. But then, if we have intentional leader, just like the last person I said, when you wake up and see a family, a parent that had been there from the beginning to, if you don't see them, you keep missing them. Yeah, but when you wake, when you were born and you were just told that that person is your mom and all that, so you don't have that value until probably we just taught how to forgive, and all that. But the truth is that if we want to prevent this, if we want to see how we can come back a little to have a relative crime-free society, number one thing we should do is to restore family value.
Okay.
Yeah. I have stated, and it has been also stated, that family is the first security agency before police. It is a family, because a child of even one day is from a family. So we are the first police. So the family, there should be a restoration of family value. Parents must monitor their children, monitor them, know what they do, communicate with them regularly, know their friends, know their online activities. So if parents take responsibility, accountable to their children, that's the number one thing we need to do to get back to the social disorganization we're talking about, to bring back the value, to bring back the moral, religious and moral reorientation. Churches, mosques, and traditional institutions must return to moral teaching, discipline, integrity, community mentorship. You see, because of this social disorganization, it has affected all aspects of life. If you go to some religious organization, everybody is just fast. Everybody wants to make it very fast. And as such, like I said, in a religious organization, they give you piece of clothes to cover yourself. Okay, that's not what it used to be before. Okay, so there should be a reorientation for the religious organization, for the youth employment. Youth empowerment and employment. Government, private organization must create jobs. I've said it here. In fact, it baffles me sometimes when you just see people in the authority, and I don't think, sometimes I just thought maybe they're not thinking. Because if I'm a local government chairman, and I should be able to know at least I should be able to have a census of how many persons in my local government, at least number of the people there. I should be able to create job, not just a short time. I should be able to create job. I should be able to be mini in factories and industrialize an area where you can get people employed and empowered, not just to buy sewing machine and give to somebody that does not know how to sew. The next thing, he goes out there and sells it to another person, and that ends the thing. So youth engagement and employment, the government and private sector should create jobs, vocational training, entrepreneurship program, sports and creative engagement. That's one we have in Rivers State, Lima Drill Academy also. Nobody talks about it. Imagine that is working. In fact, every time we run around, watch people and all that football. Imagine that if that is working, how many youths from Rivers State would have, enrolled there, and it will lift up some of this crime that we're fighting today. Some of those people you see in kidnapping and all that, some of them probably love football, and they would have been a student of that particular academy. So we'll have community security participation. Community must stop silent culture. People should report suspicious activity, monitor abandoned buildings, support local security effort, protect vulnerable youths. You see, when you don't protect vulnerable youths today, you just think that it doesn't concern you. Those youths will grow up, those children will grow up to be people that
menace to society.
Yeah, and before you know, you never can tell. Some of them could fall into kidnapping and all that, and you never can tell. So security is everybody's responsibility. We need to value integrity above wealth. Society must stop glorifying unexplained wealth. Children should learn hard work. So we need to stop glorifying this. And maybe the last one is digital parenting and cyber awareness. Parents must monitor online friends, social media exposure, digital behaviors, and all this. Cyber influence is now shaping criminal thinking faster than the streets. So, while you spend much time there watching all of that, and it shapes your thinking and all that faster. You see, like I was telling Ronald the other day, I say, even people now, they are doing skits on how to even steal. If you go to play some skit you watch, you see them stealing something from the shop and all of that. You see them swapping POS. How was that? I watched one, and he went to
someone watches that and say, "Oh, wow, brilliant!"
He swapped the
I can do
POS
something like
and
this.
carried the other person. So he came with his own. So when he finished buying all he had bought, he swapped the POS. So the lady thought he was inputting the card in the. He doesn't know that he was inputting the card in his own. So that see this. I watched it and I said, where is the society?
Yeah.
Where are the law enforcement? Where are the governing bodies and all the people regulating this kind of thing?
All right.
These are not supposed to be done. So moral are declining every day.
All right.
So we need to improve.
Thank you so much, Ukechi Smith Dibia, fellow Nigerian Institute for Industrial Security, crime analyst, security consultant, criminologist, expert in artificial intelligence and security management, and MD CEO of Snow.net Security Limited. Thank you so much, and see you next week for another conversation. I'll take a commercial right now. At 9 o'clock, Runa will be here for the thrill. I am Queen Chima. Good evening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
The Nigerian Premier Football League is officially over. That is no longer news. But what is not over is the President Federation Cup, the one you used to call the Football Association Cup, the one you used to call the Challenge Cup. We're in the round of 32. 3 teams have qualified for the continent. In the CAF Champions League, the league winners, Enugu Rangers, winning it for a record 9 times, equaling Eyimba Football Club over Chiefs and Feet. You have number 2, Rivers United, and of course number 3, Shooting Stars Sports Club of Ibadan. This will be after waiting for 27 years. Shooting Stars are back on the continent. Well, there's information that I want to share with you. Drama in Port Harcourt, March day 38th, the last game of the season. Rivers United were at home playing. Then suddenly there was the information, the rumor that Ikorodu City were tying Rangers 2-2 in Lagos, and there was celebration everywhere. The man who spread that false information, is he in detention now? What has happened to him? This is what we want to talk about on this edition of Global Sports Update with yours truly, Godwin Enakan. And of course, we are going to the Art of Port Harcourt, where a man who was right there, who has seen over 1,000 games on the road, China Omo Achiru, is waiting to talk to us when we come back from this break. Welcome back. At this I'm taking you to the heart of Port Harcourt, where China Achiru is waiting to talk to us. Drama. Well, Rivers thought they had won the league because there was the information coming from somebody, I must say, and there was celebration. Interestingly, we're told that because we had 2 trophies, one in Port Harcourt and one in Lagos, the Nigeria Premier Football League were beginning to set up for Rivers United to celebrate. Lo and behold, it was not true. It was forced from the pit of hell. China Achiru, thank you for joining us on this edition of Global Sport Update.
Godwin, as you made the introduction, the whole scenes played back into my head again as if it was happening just now. Well, it's good to be on your show, Godwin. I saw it at the stadium. Crazy scenes there. Thank you for having me on your show.
Chana, I need you to respond to this. Where did this information come from? Where did it emanate from? That in Lagos, it was now 2-2, which meant that Rivers United have just won the league. Did you confirm? Did it come from the fans? Did it come from the inner circle? Did it come from the organizers? I mean, the organizers were busy setting up to present the trophy to Rivers United before the confirmation.
Nobody knows. When you say the organizers are busy setting up, I will say that will be pushing it too far, right? But they actually started setting up, probably because of the rumor that came from Lagos. But I don't think they are setting up. It didn't even last up to a minute. So it was probably, Ikorodu City have equalized, let's start setting up. While someone was trying to confirm the situation in Lagos, and by the time they confirmed it was not true, they stopped. But they actually started setting up. They did start because I saw it. Now, looking back, I would think maybe just a prank. Maybe seeing the mood of the players, seeing the forlorn look around the stadium. Somebody just did that. Rangers don't draw, that kind of thing. And because, when you hear what you want to hear, you don't want to cross-check. That's what everybody wanted to hear. But at that point in time, we all knew that, or based on what we are getting on live scores, there was a long added time in Lagos. There was. So, and in football, it takes just 2 or 3 seconds to equalize, to score a goal. So everybody wanted to hear that there was an equalizer. So when it came, nobody wanted to cross-check. I tried to, but network was slow, and I believed that it was going to refresh. But first, in my mind, we boys celebrate first, then you confirm. and that's what I did. But nobody knows where it came from. Probably from a fan, but not from the media, because I was sitting with all the other journalists. It wasn't from us, because we were all confused and asking each other. I know Carlo Rakwe held his phone and he says, "Look, I'm looking at my phone. There's nothing." Siri Dingwite was like, he calls me Acheru Pikin. Say, "Acheru Pikin, what's going on? Is there equalizer?" I said, "I'm trying to refresh." Toye Orabere also comes to me. "What's going on?" So around where the media was sitting, it couldn't have been from us, because we are all as confused. We are trying to, confirm. So it would have come, and I don't think it came from a Rivers United official. I don't think so. It probably came from a random fan who felt, let me play a prank and see what happens. And whatever he did, it worked.
Wow. China Achero, the storyteller, please, can you talk us through what happened from start to finish? At the big game, the last game of the season, Rivers United against Katsina United. And what was it like at the end of 90 minutes? But like I said, talk us through from the beginning to the very end.
Now, the thing is this, Godwin. I went to the stadium that day knowing or believing that Rivers United will win. There was too much at stake for Rivers not to win. But I also knew that all our eyes should be in Lagos. Can Rangers win against Ikorodu City? Now, what gave me a glimmer of hope was the fact that Ikorodu needed to win, or at least draw, to finish in third place and play on the continent. And of course, the lure of playing on the continent should make you want to win. So I didn't think Rangers stood a chance. But 2 weeks earlier, I was in Yenegua to watch Rangers play against Bayelsa United. I also did not think Rangers stood a chance against Bayelsa United, because Bayelsa United was fighting for relegation and led to win that match. Well, Rangers won that match. So I saw how strong the Rangers team was. So I was in Port Harcourt, not for the game in Port Harcourt, but to be part of the victory part, because I believe Rivers United will win and Rangers will not win. And just as I was getting in, Rivers scored. I didn't even see the first goal. Rivers scored 1-0. And I told my friends, this is not important. Lagos is important. And while we were sat there, thoughts came in that Rangers had scored. There were a few Rangers fans at the stadium, and they started celebrating. A few Rangers fans. So I checked my live. My phone was on live score all through. It still showed goalless in Lagos. I had to refresh. So I knew network was slow. Then it showed Rangers at 1 goal up. After a while, we got information that Rangers had scored the second goal, and I said it was over. So even though Rivers United had scored 2-0 and then 3-0, the fact that Rangers were leading in Lagos did not matter. Then the information came again that Ikorodu had pulled one back. I checked my live score, it still showed 2-0. By the time I refreshed, 2-1. So I understood that network was slow. So by the time the game ended in Port Harcourt, 3-0, the players already knew that lost the title, because Rangers were leading 2-1, and it was deep into added time. So they were going out of the pitch mournful look. And the next thing, we saw the same players who were crying burst out into wild celebration and jubilation, and fans from all over the terraces were singing and dancing. And I looked at my phone live score, it still showed 2-1. But because of the previous times, I just felt network is slow. So I refreshed it and joined in the celebration without bothering to confirm that there was an equalizer in Lagos. I know Carlo Rakwe called me and said, "What's going on? Has there been an equalizer?" I said, "I don't care." That I think so. Cyril Witte, the Swan chairman, called me and said, "What's going on?" I said, "I don't know." But I was celebrating. And I kept on refreshing my live score, and it still showed 2-1. That's when I realized that this may just be a hoax. So at the next night, I went into all this while, the players were still singing and dancing. They were dancing on the pitch, celebrating, and the fans were beating their drums louder. So I went into some WhatsApp groups, NPFL Undiluted, where I knew that on that group there are people at the stadium like Victor Modo, certainly at the stadium, and some other people. So I went there and I saw that the Rangers game had ended already. The Rangers won 2-1. So I looked up at Carlo Rakwe and said, "Carl, Rangers don't win the league." And it's like at the same time I was confirming the word was going around the stadium that it was all a hoax and there was no equalizer in Lagos. And the same players who moved from crying to dancing were now back crying that they lost the league. It was a crazy time at the stadium. Now, another thing that gave us hope was that at that time the jubilation started. Now, a few people have started setting up the boards for the trophy ceremony. And I said, look, these are the organizers. They are decorating the stage, the pitch for the handover ceremony. That will mean that there will be a trophy presentation. But it all happened so fast, and it's like they will say, how do you cork back an uncorked bottle of champagne? Because you opened the bottle of champagne, you said celebrating. To find it was not true. How do you cork it back? Sad, but it's football.
Well, this is football. We want to win, and Rivers United is a big team. It is in their DNA to win all of the times. Now, tell me, Chana Acheru, what will be the short-term implication for Rivers United? What will be the long-term implication for Rivers United? We heard rule. Are we going to see Finidi George and Olarewaju throwing the towel? Or there's the CAF Champions League to play. And of course, there's still, right now, the FA Cup to play, where, interestingly, they have a big game in the round of 32 against Enugu Rangers.
So you see, Godwin, if Finidi decides to resign, it will be because maybe he's disgruntled or maybe there's something he doesn't like about the team. But I don't think he'll resign. Will he be sacked? Normally, in football terms, when a team doesn't do well or when a team falls short of expectations, what people will say is sack the coach. So there are people already saying sack Finidi. You hear things like, after all, he failed at Super Eagles level. He has failed at club level. He's not a good coach. You're going to hear all those things. But it's not the time. If Finidi will not resign, then I think they should stick with him. We heard role at management level. We don't know. We have not had the commissioner for sports in about 4 months now. And nothing says we'll have a commissioner for sports anytime soon. So the permanent secretary has been overseeing football in the state and overseeing sports in the state for some time now. And I do not think the permanent secretary can sack the management of the team. He will need some serious backing from government house. From what has happened so far in government in Rivers State, I think sports is the least of their problems. So it's really a lot of uncertainty going on in the sports and football scene. But short term is that we have an FA Cup game against Rangers. So I think the focus of the team now will be beat Rangers, go to the round of 16 and prove that head-to-head we are a better team than Rangers, even though Rangers won the league. But if there will be changes in the coaching or management team, it will have to be at the end of the FA Cup race, Godwin.
Chana Acheru, for so many years, you were in charge of the media at Dolphins Football Club for so many years, winning the league title, playing on the continent, and so on and so forth. Now, once again, I want you to talk us through what this inability to win the title means to Rivers United fans, the players, the entire team. If they had won the title, Chana Acheru, where would they have gone to? Straight to government's lodge? Straight to a hotel somewhere? I mean, in monetary terms and what have you, tell us what they have lost, Rivers United, for not winning the title, 2025-2026 Nigerian Premier Football League.
Godwin, the first time as a member of the team, the first time we won the league was in 2004. I remember that last day where we played against Iwayan National. We won that match 4-0, either 4-0 or 4-1. And Wemba also was playing at home, and we are hoping we at least draw so they can take over the title if they win. But the one we scored 4 goals in that match. And Dr. Peter Odili was the governor of the state. He was so excited that in his tenure as governor, a club from Rivers State had won the league. So he gave the players and officials a brand new Volkswagen Polo car and 1 million naira each. The next time we won the league was in 2012-13 season, 2012. At that time, it was Rotimi Amechi as governor of the state. They had Sunshine Stars and I think Kano Pillars chasing us that year. They won the league eventually. And the governor, Rotimi Amechi, he gave each person a brand new Nissan Sunny and 1 million naira each. Now, the next time the team won the league, I wasn't part of the team at that time, was 2022. Wilson Wike was governor at the time. I wasn't part of the team. I think each player got, $30,000. There are no car gifts. I think either $20,000 or $30,000 was a lot of money. So when you win the league in Rivers State, you always get something. So if the players had won, they will go back to their hotel. Some players had come with their families. Whole families were dressed in Rivers United jersey. So players had come with their families. I know at least 2 players I saw who came with their whole family, was their whole extended family. So if they had won on that day, they were probably partied into the night. So that's what they've lost.
Please take one. Tomorrow, I will return with China Omo Achiru. It's Global Sports Update talking about how much this particular title means would have cost players and officials of Rivers United. We're not done yet. We'll be back tomorrow for the concluding part of this conversation. And this time, we're talking about how Rivers United got to this particular stage. My name is Godwin Einakna. Thank you for being part of it. Let's keep praying for Nigeria. God bless Nigeria.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melody.
Ọchịchị obodo anyị ahụ meni akọdị mma o. Ọchịchị Naịjirịa meni akọdị mma o. Ọchịchị obodo anyị o mekweni akọdị mma o. Ọchịchị Naịjirịa mekweni akọdị mma o. Ndị na-achị achị mekweni akọdị mma o. Ma ndị na-achị achị o mekweni akọdị mma o. Ma ndị na-iwu mekweni akọdị mma o. Ma ndị na-achị ụwa mekweni akọdị mma o. Mekweni akọdị mma o. Mekweni akọdị mma o. Mekweni akọdị mma o. Onye jiri counterfeit gbara ọgụ ya nwaanyị ya wụọ o mefuola gị olo ma onye rere nkịta zụta enwe ihe ntukwu ka n'ube n'ụlọ ya ezi ụka ọchịchị Naịjirịa ọchịchị obodo anyị o ọchịchị Naịjirịa mekweni akọdị mma o ọchịchị obodo anyị o mekweni akọdị mma o ma ndị na-achị ụwa mekweni akọdị mma o ma ndị na-achị mekweni akodema o. Mekweni akodema o. Mekweni akodema o. Mekweni akodema o. Ọchịchị obodo anyị o. Ọchịchị Naịjirịa o. Mekweni akodema. Ma ndị na-achị obodo. Mekweni akodema o. Ma ndị na-ahịa iwu. Mekweni akodema o. Ma ndị na-achị achị. Mekweni akodema o. Ma ndị na-achị achị. Mekweni akodema o. Achukwu ekele ụwa o. Ihe dum nọ n'ime ya. Ma Chukwu ekele ụwa o. Ihe niile nọ n'ime ya. Ma ndị na-achị obodo. Mekweni akodema o. Ndị na-ahịa iwu. Mekweni akodema o. Ndị na-achị ụwa. Mekweni akodema o. Ọchịchị Naịjirịa. Mekweni akodema o. Ọchịchị Naịjirịa ekwenu kodema o. Ọshamagama. Ọchịchị obodo anyị o. Mekweni akodema o. Ọchịchị Naịjirịa. Mekweni akodema o. Ma ndị na-achị achị. Mekweni akodema o. Mekweni akodema o. Mekweni akodema o. Mekweni akodema o. Ọchịchị obodo anyị o. Ọchịchị Naịjirịa ekwenu kodema. Ma ndị na-achị achị ekwenu kodema o. Ma ndị na-achị obodo ekwenu kodema o. Ma ndị mekweni akọdịmma o mekweni akọdịmma o mekweni akọdịmma o ọchịchị Naịjirịa mekweni akọdịmma ọchịchị obodo anyị mekweni akọdịmma ma ndị na-achị achị mekweni akọdịmma ma ndị na-ayị iwu mekweni akọdịmma ma ndị na-achị obodo mekweni akọdịmma ma ndị na-achị ụwa mekweni akọdịmma o ọchịchị obodo anyị o ọchịchị Naịjirịa o ọchịchị obodo anyị ya mekweni akọdịmma o ọchịchị Naịjirịa mekweni akọdịmma o ma ndị na-ayị iwu mekweni akọdịmma ma ndị na-achị achị mekweni akọdịmma.
Wake up to the ultimate mix. Today's quest, today's connect, today's hustle, all on one station. Only on Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people, where the streets speak and we amplify.
All right. Welcome to the thrill on this dial Today 95.1 FM. So right now we know that it's no news that there's been an outbreak of Ebola, but not in Nigeria. Not in Nigeria. It's supposed to say, really, not in Nigeria, but in some African countries, right? There has been an outbreak of Ebola in the Democratic Republic of Congo and some other African countries that, shares border with them, Uganda, South Sudan, and some other countries too. They've confirmed some deaths from Ebola, from the Ebola virus, some suspected cases, have also been confirmed this few weeks and months. And we know that there was a time we experienced this Ebola thing some years ago. We've experienced a lot in this Nigeria. Now that I think of it, we have survived a lot in this our Nigeria. But thank God that we're still standing. We've not gone extinct, right? Coronavirus came, we survived. Ebola virus came, we survived. Now there's a new strain of the Ebola virus that, the outbreak of this Ebola virus is a new one. It's the Bundibugyo virus in some African countries. But now, right, we're trying to now do preventive measures so it does not escape or, find a way and slips into Nigeria. Because if by mistake, peradventure perhaps, it slips in or gets in here, prevention is better than cure. It is better we prevent it, let it not even see green, white, green flag, than it enters and then we're not trying to fight it. We're trying to combat Ebola outbreak. Imagine that with all of the things that we're facing right now, Ebola now adds to it. Like all of these kidnappings, abductions, killings, and all of the crime going on, insecurity going on, then Ebola now joins the group chats. I don't know what will become of it. And I do not know if we'll be really able to combat both insecurity and an outbreak at the same time. We do not also know if our health sector has the ability and capability to fight it out or to cure it or to, contain it if it enters here, even if it's by mistake. So, or hence, the federal government are trying to put restrictions, travel restrictions, passengers quarantine, so that we don't hear that that's how one foreign person came into the country through the airport and came in contact with a lot of Nigerians and boom, we're not hearing in Sokoto State or in Lagos State or in Abuja or in Port Harcourt, a foreign national came or an African national came and made contact with some persons and showed symptoms of Ebola virus, and he was quarantined for 21 days, but he has already had contact with people. And so there is a likelihood of spread of Ebola in Nigeria. We don't want that news. I do not want that news. I don't want to come on here talking about cases of Ebola or suspected cases of death here in Nigeria. And so the federal government are trying to put restrictions to prevent that. Prevention is better than cure, they say. But really, indeed, it's better you prevent something than you allow it happen and then you're trying to cure it. Oh, there's a fire. Oh, there's a fire outside. Or, okay, your gas is leaking in your house. Or the gas outside is leaking. You now say, it's not serious like that. Until it enters your house and there's a fire in your house. You now start looking for water, buckets, bring water, bring bucket, bring cup, trying to quench the fire. By then or at that time, the damage would have been done to a reasonable extent. Your cushion would have been burnt. Your gadgets would have been roasted. Your electronic devices, your TVs and everything would have been gutted with fire. And if you're able to salvage it, you would have lost a lot because you have to replace those things. Hence, when you hear there's a fire outside, though, you have to make sure first off that thing doesn't get into your house. Any which way you can prevent it from getting into your house, you have to do it. You just have to look. First off, you get fire extinguisher and put at the entrance of your house so that it does not have any way to come in through the window or the door. So I think that's what the federal government are trying to do so that, we don't join or be a part of this whole issue. And well, to an extent, it's a good one. It is a good one because judging with our population, if that thing enters here again, that you can't tell how many people will be victims of it. Because if it comes in here, a lot of people get in contact with people on a daily basis regularly, and you can't tell how much or how many people you meet and touch and talk to and all of that. So it's best prevented than cured. So the federal government, they are considering that. Let this consideration move beyond considering and enforcing with so much seriousness and intensity. Yes. So considering flight restrictions should be enforced. Yeah, because some other countries are enforcing this strict, flight restrictions. The US and some other countries are ensuring that, people who are in those high risk areas, if they for any reason have to travel into the country or your country, they have to be quarantined for 21 days to see if they will show any symptom of the virus. And if after the 21 days quarantine period they don't show any symptom, in the facility where they will put them, then they are now free to get into the country. Then the ones who show maybe symptoms of fever or whatever, they will be isolated and they will have to start receiving treatment in a separate facility. So they are putting all those restrictions to help preserve the people or secure the people in that country. So we have to do same. We have to do same because we don't want it to get to the point where we're now running helter-skelter trying to salvage something that has already been done. Right. You get me? Exactly. The World Health Organization, WHO, said it has recorded 10 confirmed and 223 suspected Ebola deaths in the Democratic Republic of Congo since the outbreak was declared in May. More than 1,000 confirmed cases and suspected cases. This was disclosed on Thursday by the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, following a high-level strategic meeting held in Victoria Island, Lagos, to review the country's Ebola preparedness and response framework. How prepared are we is what we should be talking about. How prepared are we to prevent it from getting in? How prepared are we? What is our response to this news? Oh, it's in DRC, it's in Congo, it's in Uganda, South Sudan, it's not in Nigeria. It should not get to Nigeria first. These are neighboring countries. They are African countries. How prepared are we to prevent it from entering? No. All right, Gbajabi Amila, who led the meeting, said the proposed travel restrictions would be complemented by the isolation of passengers showing symptoms consistent with Ebola infection and the nation's point of entry. The nation's point of entry, the airports, our parks, but mostly airports. Yeah, I mean, those coming from outside the country, our airports. So any foreign person coming into Nigeria, henceforth, there should be strict restrictions on, passengers and flights. So if for any reason a foreign national or someone from some of these high risk areas, some of these countries that have confirmed cases of Ebola outbreak, if for any reason any of their citizen is coming into Nigeria, any of the entering point, any of the airports they're coming in from, they should be quarantined for the period. They should be isolated for a period to observe them. Not they just get into the airport. The next thing they are going to Lagos, going to Abuja, going to Port Harcourt, going to Edo State, going to Delta State, going to Enugu, wherever. They should be isolated for a period, observe, and our health people should observe that, okay, these people are free from the virus, all right, they are free to go into the country, travel wherever in the state, and mix up with people. Because if that measure is not taken, and they just come into the airport and go wherever, and you cannot control how many people they'll come in contact with. We can't be doing 50-50. We can't be doing gamble. We can't gamble with our lives. We have a lot on our plates, dealing with a lot on our plate already. The least we want to add to it is virus outbreak, please. Right? So now the meeting before together by key officials, including Director General of the Nigerian Center for Disease and Control and Prevention, NCDC, Dr. Jide Idris. Minister of Interior also joined in that meeting, Olubumintu Giojo, and the Lagos State Commissioner for Health, Akin Abayomi, amongst other people who joined in that meeting. Right. Gbajabi Amila further disclosed that President Bola Tinubu has been briefed on the current Ebola situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, and Uganda, assuring that the federal government will take all necessary steps to ensure that Nigeria does not record any case. Let Nigeria not record any case at this point, though. We, at any point, even, not even, we have insecurity, so we should not add, even when we're done fighting insecurity, we should not record any case again. We've experienced it sometime before. Affliction should not rise a second time. For real, though. So the federal government are trying to ensure, he has been briefed, the president has been given all the brief about, the updates and recent development about this Ebola outbreak in these other countries, right? So we're trying to ensure that we don't record any case. According to him, the administration remains committed to strengthening surveillance and response systems and interagency coordination to safeguard public health. We have a health scare, which is Ebola. We also know, and we know what happened the last time. We know. Then I tell you, wash your hand with this, carry sanitizer, do this one, wear face mask, wear nose mask. It's better we don't even get to that point at all, because the fear is even part of the things that will kill people. And then the virus itself. At that point, you're in the bus. Someone is touching, or maybe someone's body gets in contact with you. You're already afraid. You don't know what this person has or what this person doesn't have. And all of those, trying to salvage the matter, it's not really going to do much. So we already have a health scare, which is Ebola, and we all know what happened last time. So the cases are getting worse in all of these other countries, internationally and worldwide. We don't want to leave anything to chance. We should not leave anything to chance. Let's know what we are fighting and facing right now and focus on that one. Focus on the people who have been kidnapped. Focus on the people who their lives are at risk. Focus on safety. Focus on security, ensuring that, we try to combat crime and insecurity going on. Let's focus on that one. Let's know that this is what we are dealing with. Let there not be any chance to add another to it, because it's going to be very fatal. All right. There are 3-4 areas we looked at. We looked at the issue of possibility as of now, restricting of flight from countries of interest. We looked at the possibilities of isolating passengers which may exhibit symptoms of Ebola. Now, they're trying to use different measures to preventive measures. And they say that, restricting flights would be best, or could be a method. So people coming from those risk areas where there are Ebola outbreak, their flights should be restricted to an extent. And if it's so important that, some of those people have to come in or they travel in or they're coming here for business or whatever reason they have, they should be isolated for a period to see if they will exhibit symptoms of Ebola. If they do not exhibit symptoms of Ebola, that means they are free to go into the country, to come into Nigeria and travel to wherever. So you will not have the fear of whoever they come in contact with would be at risk of the Ebola virus. Because this current strain of this virus has no cure. As it is, treatment and all of that. Please. We looked at the possibility of isolating or using the cargo terminal to deal with passengers that are coming in from those areas and, of course, putting certain things in place, protocols in place. We believe that prevention is better than cure. And where some passengers slip through the cracks, because we still have to look at what if in all these restrictions of flights and isolating passengers, what if people still sneak in? Unaware, we don't know. What if at the airport someone still sneaks in or slips into the country and, our eyes don't get there? The people in charge, their eyes don't reach that point. What would happen? How would we deal with situations like that? So we're preventing and we're also preparing ourselves. The Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, said all points of entry in the country will be placed under strict monitoring. So they say that there are no chances of any cracks. No crack in the wall will happen. One African national slipped in or sneaked in to Nigeria and now we have a suspected case. No, they say that every entry point into the country, all of the airports, would be placed under strict monitoring, surveillance. All the eyes watching will be on ground, cameras and all of that to prevent any possible outbreak. He added that Nigerian Immigration Service, NIS, would work closely with NCDC to enhance early detection and rapid response measures. On his part, NCDC Director General Dr. Jide Idris warned that Ebola remains a severe viral disease with no cure. No cure, no vaccine, no. So it's important that we have sustained vigilance, particularly among health workers. We know that our health workers are on the front line. If anything like that happens and breaks out here, our health workers will be at so much risk. And we don't know how much ability we have to safeguard or secure them and even people who may be infected. So we're trying not to allow any crack come in. He added that the preparedness plans have been activated across all 36 states with public awareness campaigns to be intensified to educate citizens on prevention and response controls. Dr. Idris also affirmed that all necessary precautionary measures have been put in place to strengthen Nigeria's national preparedness and response against any potential outbreak. We have our preparedness plan. It's covering all states' government, all ports of entry, by sea, by air, by land, any port of entry into the country. There should be severe coverage, serious coverage. This particular virus has no treatment, no vaccines, so it's the public health measures that need to be done. Isolation, quick detection, public enlightenment, infection prevention, and control. These are areas we're now concentrating on from NCDC. We have sent out advisories. We are going to increase our communication skills against all. And we're talking to healthcare workers because they are vulnerable. He said the World Health Organization, WHO, said it has recorded 10 confirmed, 223 suspected cases, Ebola deaths in the DR Congo since the outbreak was declared in mid-May. Over 1,000 confirmed and suspected cases. Director General of WHO, Tedros Ghebreyesus, fears insecurity in the eastern DR Congo, which has been plagued for 3 decades. All right, that's not really our concern. So my concern right now is, okay, prevention indeed is better than cure. So these plans of the federal government to restrict traveling into the country and then isolation of passengers. What's your, it's a good one, right? Of course, prevention is better than cure, right? Yes. So I need you to tell me what you think about it, in a bid to prevent any outbreak entering into the country. They are going to be restricting traveling and isolation of passengers. And that's like the best approach, isn't it? And not just Nigeria. Some other countries are putting restrictions putting restrictions on traveling. Some even have travel bans. You cannot travel into the country at this period that there's this outbreak. You cannot. There is a ban. You can't travel in. Some have travel bans that have been imposed. US, Canada, Bahamas, and the rest of them. We're not putting a ban, but we're just saying that there will be travel restrictions, right, due to the outbreak. Travelers will be restricted. So if you are coming from DRC, if you are coming from Congo, if you are coming from Uganda or South Sudan, or you are in Nigeria and you travel to DRC, don't worry, stay there first. Just relax first. Don't come yet, okay? Or you're coming from Uganda, Congo, South Sudan into Nigeria, you hold on first, they'll isolate you first. Be sure that you're free from the virus or free of the virus. Then after that, you can come into the country. Some countries have 90-day entry ban. Yeah, some have, for 90 days. Don't come in. You can't come in. And if you are in and you're going out there, you have to just chill and be there. 21-day quarantine for people who are returning from some of these countries. It's a good one though. And I want to know your opinion about it, right? Because once bitten, twice shy. We have been bitten before by Ebola virus. We don't want to be bitten again. Now we are, our eyes are opened and we are shining our eyes very well. And where is it happening? Where is it coming from? How? Where? We are doing that right now. We're like the watchdog. We don't want anything coming in. And it's a good approach. That's being proactive, right? Don't you think? That's being proactive. This new Ebola outbreak is the Bundibugyo strain. No cure, no vaccine, take this and you'll be free, or you are healed, or it's gone off your system. Prevention is better than cure, right? I'm sure that you agree with that. And I'm sure that, this is a good measure from the federal government and NCDC, right, in a bid to prevent this virus from coming into Nigeria. If you would agree with me. And we have to maintain it. So it's not just putting the consideration or it's not just having all hands on deck. No. Yes, you have to have all hands on deck, but let them remain on deck. Not all hands on deck for a month, and after 1 month, all the seriousness on it drops. No, it has to be sustained. This restriction have to be sustained until the outbreak is over. The travel restrictions, the isolation of people coming from these countries into Nigeria, all entry points, the airports, seaports, by land, anyone coming in has to be, a lot of attention has to be placed on it. Surveillance, watchfulness, to be sure that no hook or crook or cracks on any wall, and there's no way that someone can slip in unknown to anyone and comes in contact with people in any state of the country, and they will not hear that we are suspecting. No, we don't want to suspect anything. So let's do this 5 minutes break, and then I want to know what you think. Of course, their key officials already held the meeting, the federal government, alongside with the Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention, and there's some other ministers joined in and briefed the president about it. After the song break, we'll be back to have you join in on the conversation. Please stay with me.
Police have been good alone, it's the Macanya,
ọganiru arụ ike ka anyị na-ayọkwazi
and then he went to Lagos, or he came to Port Harcourt, and then he got in contact with people, and they came down with the virus, and we have suspected cases in so and so community and local government. I beg, oh. Right? So it's almost like a proactive measure and a preventive measure against the Ebola outbreak, so that we don't witness or record any case of the virus here in Nigeria. What do you think about that? I mean, that's a proactive measure, and it's a good one, don't you think? 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call, because imagine it now that Ebola happens here again. Hey, how would we cope? How would we survive on top of everything happening? I beg. Hello, good evening.
I beg, Rona. Regina calling from Kegoche.
All right, Reginald.
Rona, I keep on enjoying your music. You see this music where they play.
Yeah.
I don't know what in their age. I don't know how this.
Music has nothing to do with age now, does it?
Sometimes they play music way past you.
Yes, it's just a taste. It has nothing to do with age or generation. Yeah. Go on, please.
Yeah, I so much appreciate you and your music.
Thank you.
Each time you come on this program.
Thank you.
Rona.
Yeah.
I beg, I got no agree.
I beg go.
Because waiting where the one the three times where we don't face, where we don't experience
outbreak. Disease outbreak. Yeah.
This country, the first Ebola, the
Corona too.
Virus,
yeah, the COVID-19.
The COVID-19 and all the rest. It did no days for us. It did no days.
And we even heard of hantavirus, I think some months ago now. So yeah.
So it did no days for us. So
it's good. It's a good one, right? They're trying to prevent it from coming in.
Anything we do, let's do.
All right.
Including the travel people,
Yeah.
So that our president and the
they will not travel to those places, though. They should not even travel there.
They are always traveling.
They're not going to travel, go near that side.
All right. Good, but make they reduce their own traveling.
All right, thank you.
Their own traveling.
All right, thank you. Let me take more calls. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, my good sister.
Welcome.
Thank you. God bless you.
Bless you too.
How is Port Harcourt?
Very well, thank God.
I'm calling from Yemen.
All right.
My name is Komele Baton.
Okay.
What the federal government or the federal ministry of health want to do, I am in support.
Okay.
Yes. Because the last time I heard about Ebola virus, it was when our former president was in power, Goodluck Jonathan.
Yeah.
2011 to 12.
All
Block
right.
any border after that time.
Yeah.
It didn't block border now.
Yeah, true. But now they're trying to restrict it now, both by air, by road, by sea, any which way they're coming in, it's not going to get in.
Energy to insecurity.
Of course, insecurity is part of it, but we don't want to add another thing to what's already on ground.
My sister are deceiving us.
So it's not a good thing that they're trying to prevent the virus from coming in.
Let me not interrupt you. See,
you don't think that the virus is? You don't think the virus exists?
They want to use it and get money.
What about the other countries that have cases of people who have died? This is not Nigeria now. Other countries are still lying about it.
Lunan, to be sincere with you, how many people have contacted Ebola virus in Nigeria?
It's not in Nigeria right now, nah. You want to come in here, but there's no Ebola in Rivers State or in Nigeria.
Did you see anybody contacted Ebola virus in Rivers State?
All right, though, that's your own opinion, Abby.
Not my own opinion. My own opinion.
You want someone to have it close to you before you believe, or before you prevent it, or you want someone close to you to.
I am telling you that there is Ebola. They're trying to say COVID-19. Now lie talk, let it lie.
Oh yeah, now thank you. That's what you think, but don't try to make it like the truth or you think there's no Ebola, so you should not impose it that's what is happening everywhere else. I mean, WHO confirmed cases of death of Ebola virus in countries not in Nigeria, in DRC, in Congo, in Uganda, in South Sudan. So would they still be trying to do a Nigeria thing there? Or you want it to happen here first and happen to your neighbor before you believe that there's a virus like that and it can kill? Or the virus is here now. So my neighbor has died of Ebola virus, and that's when you believe. Or my neighbor was burning with fever for 14 days and coughing blood and stooling blood, and that's when you believe that, it has happened, now it's true. So when it happens close to you, what would you now do at that point? Because don't you know you'd be at risk? So we're trying to prevent it. Let it not even happen here. Again, hello, good evening.
Very well, my dear. How are
Welcome. I'm fine, no, thank you.
Mr. Ede calling you from Car Wash.
All right, go on.
My voice to this. Whether there is Ebola or not Ebola. I don't want to experience it, and I don't even want him to come.
All right.
Because the way the situation, the situation now in Nigeria with this our government that we have now, it to become something else. So that means combined together with the kidnapping and all the rest.
Yeah.
No cops on the street. So if it isn't true stuff, let it be that all our leaders and mostly our president so not travel again. Let him stay here.
All right. Thank you. Okay.
And face the hardship that he brought to Nigeria.
All right. And then as we're some of you have the opinion that as we're trying to put restrictions, travel restrictions and isolation of passengers, then our government officials should not still travel out anymore. They should not go to those high-risk areas. As much as we're trying to put restrictions on people from there coming in, they can't come in. And if for any reason they get in, they should be isolated for a period to observe them and be sure that, these people are free of the virus, and before they can go into the country and mix up with everyone or anyone. So they should also put a restriction on their movement as well, so that it not be that it's one government official that went and brought it to Nigeria. I beg. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Rona.
Yes, please.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hello.
How is today?
Very well, thank you.
All right. Rona, I want to say that what Nigeria is already facing is more than Ebola. I hope you are aware.
Well, I understand the peculiarity of what's going on. But
Because
is it more than Ebola?
Okay. Because you have already said it in your ranking.
Yeah.
That with the situation of Nigeria, when this thing will come, the fear, the propaganda that follows.
Yeah.
Here and there, we in fact make people to be more tense.
That's true.
And that alone will cause so much stigmatization. So it will not be good. If actually the government of the day, they are sensitive enough that they want to put some restriction measures, because we only hear it in talk. Nothing works.
But as they are considering and putting all these measures, we'll only know that it works if nothing happens here. I would not record anything. They will know that really it's working.
Well, that is only if maybe some people don't want to, infiltrate, or even the government agencies, because they are even the problem. But they can import this thing, knowing that it will trade them some money. Yes.
And gamble with the lives of the people.
That is what they have been doing. Now, that is what Nigerian government, particularly this.
But you can't really control an outbreak. Kidnapping there are people orchestrating it, but an outbreak is something that you cannot really contain, because you can't determine how many people you mix up with.
That is, it cannot be real. It cannot be real, but they can just come up with it and then cook up the story.
Like maybe bring up a story that it has happened.
But it's true.
And
Rona, listen. Please, let me just summarize.
All right, wrap up.
It's true that government wanted to be sincere to put security measures, including government officials. because they are the people traveling here and there, particularly the president.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
They should do it, and then at least
all right.
it will
I
give
guess
us,
your
because
point.
this is
Okay.
politics period.
All
They
right.
will want to bring politics into it, and then people will be tensed up.
All right.
So,
I've
all
gotten
right.
your point. Okay. Thank you. 08109510951. That's the number to call to join in on the conversation. Hello. Good evening.
Good evening, my sister.
Welcome.
It's Marvin from Port Harcourt.
All right. Go on.
You see how our leaders, you see how they are now jumping up there on their toes now to make sure they prevent this thing not to enter, because they
Yeah.
know it will easily catch up with them, because they are the ones flying up and down, leaving their responsibility here. Are you seeing that this one now, army and police and navy and all the armed bearing forces cannot prevent it from getting to them? That is why you see they are jumping up and down. So these people deliberate want Nigeria to be underdeveloped. They don't want to develop Nigeria.
All right.
Are you seeing it? But now, because of disease, now they are showing activeness. They are showing that yes, we have government in place. But look at how Nigerians are suffering everywhere. You go to villages, there is no road, no water, nothing. They don't show concern.
All right.
But they know that this one can quickly come out from foreign, because that is where they dwell. You see? These people are weak. These people are wicked. These our leaders are wicked. And I pray this country should never remain the same. We should divide this country. Let everybody go their separate
Hey,
ways.
you've entered another talk again like this. So. Hello. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Rona.
Welcome.
Yeah, this is Honorable Chris.
Okay.
The Italian man that came to whether Enugu or come Itamala, today you don't see him.
Which kind of question be that one?
One Italian man enter the border will reduce the Suriname, enter Enugu, enter Bakeleke, or Itamala, as we finish the Amala.
So what are you saying now?
So to me, leave on it. I see today. I see the will even yellow fever.
Okay, what's going to happen to you first? Eh? This man. You want to experience it first? Hey.
The Italian man now.
Okay, if you see the man, you touch the man, then what will happen now?
Not only APC government, I don't know the Italian man. Even you, I don't know the Italian man today.
Oh my God, please don't make me laugh, Abeg. Let's be serious. This is a serious matter. You're making a joke out of it. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you. Which country are we experiencing Ebola?
Uganda, Congo, South Sudan, some other African countries like that. Not all of them, but just these few are the most ones that have been confirmed.
God forbid, though, because last time it took so many people live.
Right.
You see, so let's our Ebola health.
Our NCDC rather,
yes, government
control.
They should start equip them now.
Yeah.
So
and you know our health workers will be affected too,
yes,
doctors and nurses.
Yes, we have to be proactive. We have to be alert.
That's right.
Since we are having the signal now,
yeah,
let us
the news is on.
Get prepared early.
That's true.
And then God will forbid, because last time the thing, even some people marriage was mistressed because of that lockdown.
Yeah, true.
That's true. Just to feed.
All right. Thank you.
So let everybody begin to pray, because that thing.
We're hoping that the prevention really works, and it doesn't get in here anyway at all. All right. Hello. Good evening.
Hello, Fortina.
Rona.
Oh no, sorry.
Go on.
Thank you. It's Commander Meneli Baton from Yenegua.
Okay.
Fortina.
Hey.
Do you know that Nigeria is neighboring around some countries around us? What about the monkeys that move from forest to forest in Nigeria? What will happen?
Before a monkey will move from Uganda to Nigeria, how did it get here? Is it not someone that brought it here?
Equatorial Guinea is just here, and we have some coastal region around that area.
Well, that's why we're having restrictions on traveling, and
No,
and it will also include
the restriction is on human beings. I'm talking about animals such as monkeys.
But people are the ones who bring these animals in now. Will animal enter flights?
Last time they say people should not eat monkey because the The Ebola we are talking about is contact through monkeys.
So what you're saying is they should restrict animals. Animals don't come in themselves. Humans bring them in. So if we're restricting movement of humans, that also restricts animals. Someone will not just carry a monkey and come in and will be allowed to get into the country now. Just like that.
I am telling you now.
You're
Monkey
telling
will
me
bring
that.
this Ebola virus.
Monkey will not bring
Monkey
it,
will
don't
bring
worry.
it.
Oh my goodness. What do you mean the monkey will bring Ebola virus to Nigeria? Animals that maybe have chances of getting or of transmitting these diseases don't come in themselves. And if anyone is bringing an animal in, of course, the people at the airport or the seaport or wherever entry points they're getting in from, as long as there's surveillance and a lot of vigilance now that we have this news of Ebola in some African countries, they will be restricted as well. Well, an animal go to the airport and pay a flight ticket. It's not a human being that will bring it in. A few more minutes before we wrap up the show. I can just take one more call and then we'll wrap up. All right, let's take this call and then we'll wrap it up from there. And at this point, right, it's not really like, it's monkeys only. There are some other animals that, bats, fruit bats, and so animals in general would also get, will not get into the country just like that without restrictions. All right. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome.
I'm Yadi Beradile calling from Aba and Aba.
Okay, go on.
Let me tell you, most of these viruses is because of the inter and intra relationship between people, especially inter, because I have a relative abroad that told us that these great countries, they have viruses in their laboratories. I'm telling a citizen reviewed this to us, that they have viruses in their laboratories. Whenever they want to achieve something, they will release it. When they are trying to make tests, they will release it. Look, Africans should decide where someone goes, where someone stops, what someone does. In fact, if it is possible, once you come in here, they keep you one place you will stay until you leave. That will check some of these things that are happening.
All right.
Ebola is created by a human being.
All right.
Simple.
Thank you. All right. We have to go now because the time is fast spent. Let's quickly take this message. I was waiting patiently to hear Honorable Crystal Chris' take on this interesting gist, and it's so interesting. May God help us. May God really help us. We are in the mess as a nation and as humans. We just take anything they tell us. Ebola, Abi, Ebola. God really help us, Jay from Ajib. Thank you all so much for your contributions and your take on the matter. But yeah, prevention is better than cure. So let's hope that really the preventive measures and proactive measures works and will be safe of any virus outbreak. The news comes up shortly. Good evening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
A very good evening to you. This is the World News in our Premium Talk Radio. Today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. Federal government moves to enforce health insurance for e-hailing services. Others. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar visits former Governor of Rivera. State of Rivers State, Rotimi Amechi, after party presidential primaries election. Port Harcourt-based public affairs analyst Smith Wokocha blames underdevelopment in present administration of Governor Siminalayi Fubara to political godfatherism. On the foreign scene, Ukraine Defense Intelligence announces death of another Nigerian man, Ayebusiwa Olabode Victor, killed while fighting alongside Russian forces in ongoing war with Ukraine. Details shortly. The federal government has commenced consultations with state authorities and regulatory agencies on the implementation and enforcement of the 2026 directive of the National Health Insurance Authority. The directive is aimed at extending mandatory health insurance coverage to workers in the app-based transport, food delivery, and logistics sectors. Under the directive, digital platforms including Uber, Bolt, Glovo, and Chowdeck are expected to ensure that self-employed workers and independent contractors operating on their platforms are enrolled in health insurance schemes. As part of the implementation framework, the federal government is considering making the NHIA compliance certificate a mandatory requirement for registration, renewal, and operational licensing for app-based transport, food delivery, and logistics companies. In one of the letters issued by the Federal Ministry of Labour and Employment through its Trade Union Service and Industrial Relations Department, the government disclosed that a stakeholder meeting would be convened to sensitize operators on the implementation process. Government officials are currently engaging state authorities and relevant regulatory agencies on how the federal directive can be integrated into existing state regulations and operational guidelines for e-hailing, delivery, and logistics business. The ministry explained that discussions are also focusing on the inclusion of NHIA compliance certificate as part of the conditions for obtaining operational permits and renewing licenses for digital platforms operating in the country. According to the federal government, the initiative is part of the broader efforts to expand social protection and improve healthcare access for workers within Nigeria's rapidly growing gig economy. The implementation process followed recommendations developed by a co-design team made up of government agencies, labor groups, and civil society organizations after a series of engagements held between 2025 and 2026. The Director General of the National Youth Service Corps, Brigadier General Olakunle Nafiu, has said corps members are not exempt from Nigeria's cyberbullying and social media laws during their mandatory national service year. Nafiu said this while responding to questions with newsmen in Abuja, emphasizing that corps members remained subject to constitutional provisions and laws regulating online conduct. According to him, corps members remain citizens of Nigeria and are fully subject to provisions of the Constitution and other extant laws regulating online conduct, cyber activities, and public behavior nationwide. Nafiu explained that allegations of cyberbullying against corps members would be investigated and handled by relevant law enforcement agencies in accordance with the law, regardless of their status as serving corps members. He added that the NYC was not mandated to provide legal representation for corps members involved in criminal or civil matters arising from social media activities and other online engagements. According to him, the Legal Aid Council can provide pro bono legal services for corps members where necessary, particularly in situations requiring legal support during investigations or proceedings before competent courts. Nafiu said the scheme had intensified sensitization campaigns to educate corps members on responsible use of social media and communication platforms amid growing concerns over cyberbullying and online misconduct. He, however, noted that the NYC had adjusted its communication strategies to reflect changing realities among younger Nigerians participating in the National Service Program across different states and communities nationwide. Nafiu said the scheme was not opposed to content creation by corps members, but encouraged responsible and lawful online engagement, particularly among younger Nigerians participating in the mandatory National Service Program. Former Vice President and presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress, Atiku Abubakar, has visited the Abuja residence of the former governor of Rivers State, Rotimi Amechi, following the conclusion of the party presidential primaries. The visit of Amechi comes amid ongoing political discussions and reactions trailing the ADC presidential primary election, where both leaders played prominent roles ahead of the 2027 general elections. Atiku was accompanied by former Sokoto State Governor Aminu Tambuwa, former ADC National Chairman Ralph Omosu, and other party leaders. Atiku Abubakar revealed that beyond the warmth and camaraderie. Both of them had deep and honest conversations about the troubling state of the nation, the growing economic pain, and insecurity. Atiku also disclosed that his discussions with Amechi equally touched on the urgent responsibility on patriotic Nigerians to continue engaging in the search for solutions that can rescue the nation from drift and despair. He recalled how he had also felicitated with the former Minister of Transportation on the occasion of his birthday, which was on the 27th of May 2027, and teased that Arsenal's historic triumph could not have arrived at a better time. Meanwhile, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has called for unity within the African Democratic Congress ADC following his emergence as the party's presidential candidate for the 2027 general election. Atiku made the appeal in a statement posted on X after defeating former Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amechi and businessman Mohammed Hayatu Dean in the party's primary election. The APC chieftain urged the aspirants and party members to put aside differences and work together ahead of the 2027 elections. The former PDP presidential candidate praised the ADC for conducting what he described as a transparent democratic process, while accusing the ruling All Progressives Congress APC of undermining democracy and opposition politics in the country. Accepting the outcome of the election, he thanked party members for the opportunity to lead the ADC into the next election cycle, describing the victory as a singular honor. The former vice president also alleged that opposition parties and politicians were being targeted by the current administration through state institutions, including the judiciary and anti-corruption agencies. He also alleged that opposition figures were being harassed and intimidated, citing the case of former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai. The ex-vice president warned against what he described as attempts by the government and the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to interfere in the affairs of the ADC. A lecturer at Ignatius Sadri University of Education, Goodluck Oke, has stated that the failure of both direct and indirect party primaries in Nigeria has shown that the country needs urgent character reformation beyond mere amendments to the Electoral Act. Oke made the remarks while speaking with Today FM's Priye Izogu, where he argued that the introduction of direct primaries was originally designed to strengthen internal party democracy by allowing all party members to participate in the selection process rather than relying solely on delegates. According to him, the system has instead been hijacked and manipulated by political interests, thereby defeating its original purpose. He noted that while political leaders were often blamed in the past for electoral malpractice and poor democratic culture, ordinary citizens have also contributed by allowing themselves to be used for selfish political agendas.
This reform ordinarily gave the members of the party at the grassroots level, people without political power, to determine those who govern them. It is allowed for them to use this opportunity to select candidates who resonate around them, candidates who are on ground them to become their party leader and eventually win election and the general election. But what did the electorate do with it? What did the members of the political party do with such opportunity? They brought shame, and they did something worse than what we have experienced during the era of indirect primary. You see members of APC and ADC counting 1, 2, 3, and then they jump to 200, 300, 400. This process were equally recorded and shamelessly brought to the public.
The lecturer stressed that meaningful democratic progress in Nigeria cannot be achieved through legal reforms alone unless there's a deliberate effort towards changing the mindset and values of both leaders and followers.
So the solution is the character of the people must be refined. Nigerians must agree that this process has brought shame, that this we have been doing since 1990 has led us to where we are today, that Nigerian economy is unstable, that the security network is gone, that you cannot freely travel from Rivers State to Abuja by land. Even if you go by air, you are not safe when you land at the airport. Even if you land at the airport, any part of the country, you are not even safe walking around. So the problem is not the direct primary, not the indirect primary, but the members of the political party, the leaders of the political party, and Nigerians at large.
A Port Harcourt-based researcher, leadership expert, and chief executive director of the Institute for Research, Leadership and Capacity Development, Professor George Ahunaya, says the possibility of Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara sponsoring another candidate against the APC and PDP ahead of the 2027 governorship election cannot be completely ruled out. Professor Hunaya, in an interview with Today FM Mulawali Sanusi in reaction to the emergence of Blessing Fubara as a governorship aspirant under the platform of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC. According to him, politics remain a game of interest and unpredictable calculations, especially in River State, where political alignments can change suddenly. Professor Hunaya said although the governor is known to be quiet and reserved, it would be wrong to assume he has no alternative political strategy.
Silent ones are dangerous. He may have a plan B, because if he finds, the team that is fighting him, the force that is dealing with him, if he finds them directly, wow, I don't think he may remain Fubara any longer politically wise, because the force that have been fighting him seem to be greater and more dangerous than him. Hence, he resolved and resorted to keep him quiet and then reserving his plan B within himself.
Professor Hunaya further stated that Governor Fubara still enjoys significant support among Rivers people and could decide to leverage that popularity politically. He added that it remains possible for the governor to quietly support another candidate outside the APC and PDP platforms, possibly through the NDC or any other political party ahead of the 2027 election.
And I decided to use the vote and the platform of another party, NDC, or any other party, to fight him. I had one of our elder statesmen the other day, Salime, saying that, well, his godfather can go on and do whatsoever he likes. That the river man is not weak, and the entire Rivers people, they have their vote, their voters card, to respond to all that he is doing now. That they may not do this physically, but can do it, with their vote.
You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us now. The rest of our stories. Mixed reactions have continued to trail the political situation in River State as concerns grow over alleged godfatherism and its impact on governance and development in the state. Speaking in an interview today, FM's Odinakachi Celestine, the Port Harcourt-based public affairs analyst and advocate Smith Wokocha expressed disappointment over the style of politics currently playing out in River State compared to development in other states. Wokocha said he is concerned that a former governor of the state who once publicly condemned godfatherism is now allegedly promoting the same political culture he once stood against. Noting that Rivers people had hoped for improved development under the present administration, but that the lingering political crisis between the former governor and the incumbent governor has continued to slow progress in the state. According to him, the political tension has created setbacks in governance, stalled major developmental efforts, and left the state politically unstable.
I think I would say I'm really bitter and very disappointed, right? We used to have a governor in this state that preached against godfatherism. There are a lot of clips that shows that he was very confident that there shouldn't be any godfatherism. In fact, he stood against, and being that kind of person and standing in that mind, right? Why are you now promoting and becoming even the godfather, the pioneer godfather of River State? Does not even have so much of that godfatherism in River State. Will be just a bit of development, maybe not so much. And we felt that in this regime, we are going to now see that kind of development that we've been looking at for. Unfortunately, we're not seeing that drama of godfatherism.
Wokocha further pointed to states like Abia, which he said suffered years of political control and godfatherism, but are now witnessing rapid development after breaking away from such influence. He stressed that for River State to experience sustainable growth and meaningful progress, that both political leaders and Rivers people must work together to reject godfatherism and embrace issue-based leadership.
So the political godfatherism, the one that is championing it, I don't need to mention them, but the former governor of River State, need to own it that I don't need to push this further. But I don't see that even happening. So I think that people should begin to come out, and even if we know that vote don't count in Nigeria, but they need to come out en masse and vote out godfatherism in Rivers State. And they need to also, talk about these things. People need to come out en masse, like market women, students, everybody in Rivers need to come out and say, we don't want this godfatherism, and stand by it. Money can do a lot of nonsense. I think that is why this thing also keep continuing.
The traditional ruler of Rumo Parali clan in Obiakpo local government area of Rivers State, His Royal Highness Eze Onyema Dike Nene, has alleged an assassination attempt on his life and members of his family by a man simply identified as Nene. The monarch, while speaking to Today FM's correspondent, accused Nene of allegedly masterminding the attack in a bid to remove him from the throne of Rumo Parali community. According to him, armed men allegedly stormed his residence late last night and attempted to break into the compound.
There was an assassination attempt on yesterday to this morning on my life and my family by one state CID, and they came to arrest him yesterday and they gave him invitation to come on Monday, which somebody took him on shorty. But to my greatest surprise, I since have been looking for a way. By 11 o'clock at night, he would have got me killed. For the Monday, he promised the police to come. So I'm just calling on the relevant authorities to take note of this unscrupulous attitude.
Meanwhile, an eyewitness who spoke on condition of anonymity confirmed that there was tension in the community following the incident. The witness alleged that armed men invaded the area from the late hours of yesterday into the early hours of today, creating panic among residents.
There was an assassination attempt on the life of the Royal Highness of the community, and from yesterday, late hours of yesterday to early hours of this morning, some group of armed men were trying to break into his compound to assassinate him, and the place was actually on unrest yesterday. All the persons living in that vicinity, everybody couldn't sleep last night. So I'm calling on the attention of the Commissioner of Police to please do something about it so that the place will be safe for each and every one of us. And what curtailed the situation yesterday that they couldn't carry out their plan was a police response team that contacted the Ozoba division to come and curtail the situation. So
on the foreign scene, the Ukraine Defense Intelligence has reported the death of another Nigerian man, Ayebusiwa Olabode Victor, who was allegedly killed while fighting alongside Russian forces in the ongoing war with Ukraine. The development was disclosed in a statement by the Ukrainian national news agency Ukrinform and the country's defense intelligence arm, the main intelligence directorate of Ukraine. Victor, born 28 April 1992, was said to be from Ilutitom in Ondo State. According to the report, he was killed in Kharkiv region near the settlement of Hasky during combat operations involving Ukrainian troops. The intelligence agency said Victor signed a mercenary contract in late February 2026, about 1 week after Nigeria's Ministry of Foreign Affairs warned citizens against illegal recruitment into foreign conflict. It's alleged that many foreign recruits were lured through promises of employment and quick financial gain, only to be deployed to the front line shortly after arrival in Russia. Ukrainian authorities further allege that recruitment networks use social media platforms such as Facebook and WhatsApp to target African nationals. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. Our federal government is making move to enforce health insurance for e-hailing services and others. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has visited the former governor of Rivers State, Rotimi Amechi, after their party presidential primaries election. We told you that a Port Harcourt-based public affairs analyst, Smith Wokocha, has blamed the level of underdevelopment in the present administration of Governor Siminalayi Fubara to political godfatherism. On the foreign scene, you also heard that Ukraine Defense Intelligence has announced the death of another Nigerian man, Ayebusiwa Olabode Victor, who was killed while fighting alongside Russian forces in the ongoing war with Ukraine. The House News as edited by Uchendu Ejowo. For comments and inquiries, please call 081-8389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Agbara. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
What if the internet had a voice? What if we knew exactly what you love to listen to? What if we understood your vibe, your voice, your opinion? Today 95.1 FM. Today 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people. A very good evening to you. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, Voice of the People. It's time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the world today. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. South Africa seizes $61 million drug haul at Zimbabwe border. 3 arrested. Australian energy firm signs landmark gas deal with Zimbabwe. Health workers battle with few resources on DR Congo's Ebola frontline. Details shortly. South African authorities have seized drugs worth nearly $61 million at the country's border with Zimbabwe. Border police intercepted a truck arriving from Malawi and uncovered more than 700 kilograms of metaqualone, a substance used in the production of the highly addictive drug Mandrax. 2 Malawian nationals and 1 Zambian citizen have been arrested. Officials says investigations are underway to determine whether the operation is linked to a wider international drug trafficking network. The latest bust has renewed concerns about the growing influence of transnational cartels in the region. In the past 2 years, there have been at least 4 major busts of drug manufacturing labs in South Africa involving Mexican nationals, a rising suspicion that Mexican cartels are trying to establish themselves in the region. Still in Southern Africa, South Africa's parliament is preparing to launch an impeachment inquiry into President Cyril Ramaphosa over the ongoing Farmgate scandal. The Democratic Alliance says a parliamentary committee will hold its first meeting on Monday, following the Constitutional Court ruling that revived the process. President Ramaphosa continues to deny wrongdoing over allegations linked to large sums of cash stolen from his private farm in 2020. The DA, the second largest party in South Africa's coalition government with the ANC, has maintained pressure on the president and said it will hold him accountable if any wrongdoing is confirmed. Meanwhile, nearly 300 Ghanaians repatriated from South Africa have arrived safely in Accra amid fears of renewed xenophobic violence. Ghana's government chartered the evacuation flight after protests against illegal migration intensified in parts of South Africa. The country's foreign minister, Samuel Okuzeto Ablakwa, joined other officials at the airport in Accra to welcome the first set of arrivals. Officials says more evacuation flights are expected in the coming days, with around 800 Ghanaians registered for repatriation. In neighboring Zimbabwe, Australian energy company Invictus has signed a landmark petroleum production sharing agreement with the government through its subsidiary Geo Associate. The deal is expected to advance efforts to commercialize gas discoveries in Cabora Bassa Basin. Company's official says exploration activities later this year could unlock 1 trillion cubic feet of gas resources, potentially opening a new oil and gas frontier in Zimbabwe. The company is preparing to drill its first Masuma 1 exploration well in the second half of this year, targeting 1.2 trillion cubic feet of gas and 73 million barrels of condensate resource. Moving north to Central Africa, health workers in the Democratic Republic of Congo are struggling to contain the worsening Ebola outbreak. Medical staff at Ruampala Hospital says they are overwhelmed as suspected cases and deaths continue to rise. According to officials' figures, more than 220 suspected deaths and 900 suspected cases have been recorded since the outbreak was declared earlier this month. The World Health Organization has classified the outbreak as an international emergency. Experts suspect the virus was circulating under the radar for some time and that the true extent of the health crisis has yet to be seen. In West Africa, Burkina Faso's military government has suspended the country's largest students' union for 3 months and arrested its leader. Authorities accuse the General Union of Students of Burkina Faso of advocating terrorism. The move comes amid a wider crackdown on the dissent since the junta seized power in 2022. Civil society organizations have condemned the latest restrictions on political and trade union freedoms. France is experiencing one of the hottest May periods on record as temperatures continue to soar across the country. In Paris, Residents ignored warnings and jumped into canals to cool off despite long-standing swimming bans. Authorities have repeatedly warned against risks linked to swimming in the canal, including accidents, hidden obstacles, and water pollution. The extreme temperatures are part of broader heat wave affecting Western Europe, with climate experts warning that the intensity and duration of the heat are surpassing historic records. In Eastern Europe, Ukrainian officials says at least 2 children were among several people injured following a strike in the city of Odessa. Emergency services said the attack triggered a massive fire that spread through commercial buildings, including the pet shop and post office. Firefighters reportedly battled thick smoke as rescue teams treated victims for burns, shrapnel wounds, and trauma. In the Middle East, at least 16 people have been killed and dozens wounded in Israeli attacks against southern Lebanon. Lebanese authorities says members of the same family were killed in a drone strike while fleeing the area. It was learned that Israel has intensified bombardments and issued mass displacement orders covering large parts of southern Lebanon, forcing thousands of residents to evacuate northward. An albino buffalo named Trump has become a major attraction in Bangladesh's National Zoo in Dhaka. The 700-kilogram animal, known for its pale coat and distinctive blonde hair, was transferred to the zoo after drawing widespread public attention. Conservation officials says the rare buffalo will now be monitored as part of a special breeding and preservation program. That story from Bangladesh concludes tonight's edition of The World Today, is produced by Olawale Sanisu of the news department. But before we go, here's a summary of the stories that made the headlines. South Africa has seized $61 million drug haul at Zimbabwe border. 3 arrested. You heard that Australian energy firm has signed landmark gas deal with Zimbabwe. We told you that health workers are battling with new resources on the DR Congo's Ebola frontline. Till same time tomorrow, to have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hit the road, fill your drive. Ignite the vibe, stay locked. Today 95.1 FM, radio on the go.
Football fans, the biggest football night of the season is here. This 30th May 2026. Get ready for the ultimate UEFA Champions League final experience with the unbeatable Today FM Sports crew and you, the real fans, live at Amora Resort. It's going to be action like never before. It's going to be Budapest away from Budapest. Massive screens, an electric atmosphere, fun games, fan battles, music, loads of giveaways, amazing freebies, and unforgettable moments with fellow football lovers. And guess what? Come rock in your favorite football club jerseys and represent your team with pride. Businesses and brands, this is your chance to connect with passionate football fans from across the city. Sponsorship opportunities are now open. Call 0812-596-9594. Again, 0812-596-9594. UEFA Champions League Final Watch Party with Today FM Sports Crew. Only at Amora Resort. Located at East West Road by First Mechanic Junction, Alakahia, Port Harcourt, River State. Budapest, away from Budapest.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.